Welcome to our Royal Icing Masterclass Holiday Edition. My name is Leah and I'll be your moderator. Cookie decorating is something everyone can do when they have the right knowledge, no experience necessary. So we are bringing you a full day of step-by-step demonstrations as we delve into the art of royal icing cookie decorating. From romantic hearts for Valentine's Day to adorable bunnies for Easter, patriotic stars and stripes for the 4th of July, spooky treats for Halloween, and festive gingerbread men, we've got you covered with tips, tricks, and ideas for every occasion. Our expert decorators, Maddie Gartmann and Ann Yorks, will guide you through each step, sharing their techniques for achieving stunning results every time. Whether you're a seasoned decorator looking to hone your skills or a beginner eager to learn, there is something for everyone. So grab your piping bags and sprinkles and join us for a day filled with sugar, spice, and everything nice. Tune in as we sprinkle joy and sweetness into your holiday celebrations, one cookie at a time. Now, before we get started, I have some housekeeping items to cover. One, we want you to use the public chat below this video player to get the conversation going. Take a moment, introduce yourself, and let us know where you're viewing from right now. Engaging in the chat will make this event more interactive and fun, and you never know, you might just meet a new baking buddy. Next, we want you to make sure to download the free guide for this event. The guide will provide you with recipes and step-by-step instructions for all of the cookies you will see today. You can find the link below in the video description or in the chat. And finally, as a friendly reminder, today's event is being recorded and you can watch on demand after the live stream ends right on this page. Now it's time to embark on a sweet journey through the seasons as we dive into our royal icing extravaganza, where every cookie becomes a canvas for holiday magic.
Hi everyone, I'm Maddie Gartmann. I am a cookie decorator and the creator of Garty Goodies, and I am so happy you're here with me today because I'm going to show you how to make the cutest cookie cake for any gathering. We're going to make a 4th of July themed one, but I know there's tons of barbecues and potlucks, and sometimes you just don't know what to bring, and you probably have a lot of these ingredients already in your cupboard at home. So I'm going to show you the exact thing that you need to bring, and I promise it's super easy. Anybody can do it. Now, the first step is totally optional because I'm going to be making some royal icing cookies that we're going to use to decorate our cake. You don't need this at all, but it makes it a little extra cute. So we'll start out with 6 of these small miniature cookies. I decided to do ice cream cones. You could also do stars for 4th of July or whatever theme fits the barbecue that you're attending. For size reference, these are about 2 inches because our cookie cake is going to be 10 inches and it'll feed probably about 10 to 15 people depending on how big of a slice you take. So these are just going to be the decorations for the top of our cookie cake, and we're going to decorate these. Typically we would do this probably the day before, if not 2 days before, but we'll decorate these now. And also, I should say, if you have any questions during this time, feel free to send them over and I'll try to be answering your questions throughout, and if not, I can answer questions at the end. So we're going to be using royal icing to decorate these. These are just a basic sugar cookie. And this is my royal icing recipe, which is totally free. You can go to Creative Cake Design and see one of my free videos that walks you through step-by-step how to make this royal icing specifically. I've colored it in a white, red, blue, and this tan for the ice cream cone. And those are all just pretty standard colors, nothing special about the color mixing. And I'm going to be working with 1 consistency of royal icing, which means the same consistency is going to be used to outline and flood our cookie. So I'm going to go ahead and start with just the bottom cone part of our ice cream cone here and outline and then flood. This is a little bit of a thicker consistency, so it's going to take some shaking of my cookie to really get it to spread out a little bit, but that's okay because that means it'll dry hopefully just a little bit faster, which is always nice. And we're just going to go ahead and decorate each one of these with our bottom cone. Remember, the key is to lift your bag up slightly when you are decorating the outline part, because that helps create a straighter line. So you lift your bag up slightly. And if you're not familiar with royal icing, it is a type of icing that dries rather quickly, will crust over within a couple minutes, which makes it nice because then you can stack these cookies, you can use them for different things, whereas a buttercream icing is always going to remain soft. But this will get a little bit harder on the outside, and that's what allows you to do so many of those intricate designs. So go through and you can see the icing is starting to flatten out of our little ice cream cones. But I always like to give them a little shake too. I don't know what the technical term for this is, the little jiggle method, but that tends to flatten out my icing so I don't have those lumps in it. And we'll come back, let that dry a little bit. We'll come back and add our detail. I'm also going to use my cookie scribe, which in this case is actually just a skewer. So a toothpick or a skewer works just fine to push that icing to where I want it to go. And then I'll take my other colors. We'll start with our white, and we're just going to decorate the tops of our ice cream cone. And again, lifting your bag slightly is really helpful. So we're just going to decorate the tops, outline and flood. This white one is a little bit thinner of a consistency. This is typically what I work with when I decorate cookies. You don't want it any thinner than this, otherwise it'll end up falling off your cookie. So we'll do one white one, and then we'll do 2 red and 2 blue ones in our patriotic theme here. So this is the relaxing part of cookie decorating. And you'll see why I'm only doing the very tops in a second, because we're going to do a different technique to get that true ice cream look. So we're just applying a little more pressure to our bag to squeeze out the icing a little bit faster when we are flooding it. And the nice thing is they're ice cream cones, so the texture doesn't have to be perfectly smooth. But while those are still pretty wet, we do want to get some sprinkles on there. So for my red one here, you can see there's a lot of holes missing, and I don't want to go with my fingers to shake it, so I'm just going to grab my cookie scribe and use that to jiggle it. That's just a nice little trick so you don't have to worry about ruining any icing. But I'm going to go ahead and take some patriotic sprinkles, which if you go to a craft store right now, these are all over the stores. This is the time to buy patriotic sprinkles. That one's going to be too big. And just get them in there while it is still nice and wet. We don't want to wait any longer on that. And then of course, the perfectionist in me always has to push the sprinkles to exactly where I want them. Don't worry, I'm not using a tweezers this time. Usually I use a tweezers. We won't get that perfect. Okay. And then we're going to do the blue one. Now, in the demonstration picture, I used a little bit of a darker blue. I'm using a lighter blue this time. I find that that darker blue tends to stain people's mouths, that navy blue. So this is a lighter, more sky blue. Both are perfectly fine, but I was just thinking we wouldn't have as many stained mouths if I didn't put quite as much dye in this one. Nothing wrong with a good blue tongue though, I suppose. So we'll do our last one here. Oops. And get those shaken out a little bit. And then add our sprinkles while they are still wet. And like I said, you could do this with a more simple shape too, like a star, and I think it would be really cute. Or you can just skip this step altogether and get right to the actual cake part, because this is just kind of a fun extra adornment. Now our bottom cones have started to dry, so I'm going to go back and add some details. The reason I didn't do that right away would be if I had tried to add the crisscross details that I'm going to add here, it would have just sunk into the other icing and we would have lost any dimension. So I'm going to go back and do some diagonal lines. I'll do 3 this way. And probably 1, 2, maybe 3 that way. I think 2 works good. And go ahead and add those to the rest. So you can see it has crusted over so that we can add that detail. That's the thing with decorating sugar cookies is the order that you do everything can make or break how the cookie looks. Now it's okay that my lines are going over into this part because we're going to cover that up with our ice cream. And do our last detail. I always like to rest my elbow on the counter and steady my hand with my other hand. That always helps me keep my bag a little bit steady because people always ask, how do I get such straight lines? And that's part of it, is keeping your hand steady and then also lifting my bag up slightly. Okay. So we're going to go back, and now what we want to do is we want to make it look like that true ice cream scoop, which has kind of the fluffy part at the bottom. So we're going to go back with our colors. Well, first with our white, and kind of make a little, we're just going to work in a swirly motion. And we're going to let this dry for just a minute, not for too long, because we're actually going to go back in with our scribe and break up that icing after it has a crusted layer. And what that's going to do is it's going to create that texture of the bottom of an ice cream scoop. The foot of the ice cream scoop, kind of like a macaron. I don't know what the technical term for that would be. And the thicker that your icing is, like you can see my blue icing is a little bit thicker. The easier this is to do to create that dimension, but if you look at my white was thinner, so we're not going to see quite as much of that dimension there. But this will crust over slightly after we let it dry, and then we can go in and break up the bottom part of our cookie. So it's already starting to crust. You can see I'm just going back with my skewer and just swirling it around. The more that it dries, the more we can achieve this look. So I might pop these under a fan. I'm going to pop them under the fan for just, I don't know, maybe 2 minutes. And if you ever decorate royal icing cookies, I highly suggest investing in a small tabletop fan because there are so many different steps that you need to dry your cookies in between. So like for instance, this one is just a quick 1 minute dry time with the fan blowing on it. Then I can come back, break up that icing, and then continue on with my next cookies. Usually I would be working on a different set of cookies while I was waiting for this to dry. But it just really needs probably just a couple more seconds to let it dry. So we'll talk about the royal ice or the sugar cookie cake that we're going to be making. Now these cookies are like a harder sugar cookie. The sugar cookie cake that we're going to make is a soft, chewy, delicious sugar cookie cake with buttercream frosting, which is delicious. I can never get enough buttercream frosting. So typically we would make our cookies a couple days in advance. You could make them even a week in advance and throw them in the freezer, and then we would make our cake the day of the event or the day before. Let's see how our cookies are doing so we can finish up that technique. Like I said, they just needed a quick blow dry essentially. So now let's go back and see if we can break up our icing. Yep, so it's dried just enough where we can kind of break it up and create sort of a fluffy ice cream texture effect, which I love. I love doing this to all of my ice cream cookies. And the blue one is even more dry because it was such a thicker icing to start out with. The white one might not be ready for this step, but that's okay. We can have a smoother bottom on the white one. So these are just some of the little details that make people just fall in love with royal icing cookies, I think, because They have so much character and detail to them, like these fluffy bottoms. I never want to skip this step. So we would set these aside to dry. Probably the minimum amount of time that we'd want them to dry is about 4 to 8 hours. That's why I say do it the day before. Don't try to do this step the same day that you're making the cookie cake if you're going to include this step. This is like that extra pizzazz, that extra thing to impress everybody at the barbecue or the potluck. We'll see if we can break up our white. Yep, this one is still a little bit wet, so we're gonna let this one dry. So I would make these a couple days in advance. Like I said, I might freeze them if it's going to be several days in advance. And then the day before the event, I would make the cake. So let's put these to dry, and we're going to start on the actual cake. Okay, so like I said, we're going to be making a 10-inch cookie cake, so you will need a 10-inch cake pan. This is mine, and I already have mine greased and ready to go. However you prefer to grease your pans, I use a mixture of vegetable oil, shortening, and flour and mix that together, and I find it makes a great cake release. So you will need that 10-inch pan. You're going to set your oven for 375, preheat it for 375, and then we're going to make our dough. You can make the dough in advance if you'd like and put it in the refrigerator until you're ready to bake. We're going to do it all in one go here. So for the ingredients for this sugar cookie cake, we're going to need a cup of sugar. You'll need 2.5 cups of flour, 1 egg, a teaspoon of vanilla, and then I prefer a teaspoon of almond extract as well. But if you don't like almond extract, you can always just double up on your vanilla. I use a teaspoon of salt. We can't forget a cup of butter, which is 2 sticks. I use unsalted butter so that I add the salt later. And then for this one, we're going to use some 4th of July sprinkles. So I got these red, white, and blue sprinkles just at the grocery store. These are like your Jimmy sprinkles that bake up really nice because it's essentially going to look like a little funfetti cake. So we're going to start out in our mixer. Now, you do not need to have an electric mixer for this. I baked for many years without one. It is totally doable, but since I have one, I'm definitely going to use it. Always nice to save all that arm strength. We're going to take our butter. Now this is room temperature butter, and it is a little humid here in Minnesota right now, so it might be a little bit softer than room temperature. But you definitely want to make sure your butter's at room temperature because that's going to allow it to cream even better with our sugar. So we're going to take that and our cup of sugar in our mixer. And it would help to have the paddle in. And we're just going to mix this until it starts to form a dough. Always helps to scrape down the sides. These paddles that have the scrapers on them are super helpful, especially in these bigger bowls, because ingredients tend to get globbed down at the bottom. Globbed is a technical term. We're gonna just get that going a little bit. Okay, so our butter and sugar has come together. We're going to add our egg. This is just 1 egg beaten. Get all that egg into there. Like I said, this makes for just like a very simple, this is like your basic sugar cookie recipe, but it's always better to do homemade, right, than the store-bought dough. So we're gonna do our egg. We're going to do our vanilla, 1 teaspoon of vanilla, and 1 teaspoon of that almond extract. And we're going to mix this together until it comes together. It will look kind of soupy. I'm going to stop and scrape those sides again because we don't want that butter getting left at the top. We want to make sure everything's nicely incorporated. And we don't want anything stuck at the bottom too. So we're going to mix this for about 30 more seconds. Okay, and then we have our dry ingredients, which is the 2.5 cups of flour. I use just all-purpose unbleached flour, and then a teaspoon of salt. I'm going to combine those together before I put them in the mixer, just so that the salt is nicely incorporated throughout all of the dough. Okay, and we're gonna go just slowly with this. Start out with a little, so we don't have a big flour explosion everywhere. Okay, now before our dough completely comes together, we're gonna add our sprinkles. And I found for the best impact to this entire jar of sprinkles, it is 1.75 ounces, if that gives you an indication. And we're just gonna kind of sprinkle that in as it's mixing so that it gets thoroughly incorporated into all of our dough here. I'm gonna scrape the sides again. One thing I love about this dough is that you know it's finished when it starts to pull away cleanly from the sides. So you can see that the dough is completely starting to pull away from my bowl. I'm gonna give it one last scrape. And so you could even do more. I think you could even do more sprinkles, but maybe that's just me. Sort of like glitter, you can never have too much of it, right? So we'll just do one more. And we're good to go. Okay, so there's our dough. Now I did see, I'm used to my mixer facing the other direction when I bake. At my house it is. I did see a question from Becca that she heard adding a little bit of corn syrup helps give shine to your royal icing cookies. And corn syrup actually helps it get a softer bite. What's going to help give it a shine is the type of meringue powder that you use in your cookies. I prefer a meringue powder brand called Genie's Dream. I find that gives it the best shine, but corn syrup typically is added in order to give it that softer bite on the inside. So it will be harder on top, but it won't chip your tooth when you bite into it. But as far as shine goes, the difference, what makes a bigger difference in shine is the brand of meringue powder. So I would definitely check out that Genie's Dream brand because it gives it a little bit more of a shine. The other thing that gives it a great shine is drying it in front of a fan like I'm doing right now. That really makes a difference. If I let that air dry, it would be a completely matte cookie, but the fan definitely adds some shine. Oh, the side handle to raise and lower the bowl is super cool, Bailey said. Yet, no, this is not on every mixer. This is on the larger mixers, which I just recently upgraded to a larger mixer myself. I think it starts at maybe the 5-quart, maybe not. But the smaller mixers just have the regular attachment of getting the bowl. It took me so long to get used to that handle, and now I love it. But at first it was an adjustment. So, okay, we've got our dough here. And we've got our pan that has been pre-greased. Now you could totally just go for it and start pressing the dough into the pan, but if you're a little bit more neurotic like me, and you want to make sure you get it evenly, I like to break it up into little balls, little chunks, sort of. So I'm going to start with my center chunk. This isn't super scientific here. And put chunks around it. And the reason I like to do this is just because it makes sure that the dough is initially pretty evenly spaced, and then you can go back in and fill in any gaps. And this recipe works great for a 10-inch cake. Works absolutely perfectly. The trick is not eating the cookie dough before you put it in the pan, which can often be very tricky. Because it's so delicious. Who doesn't love cookie dough? So just pressing it, trying to get as even as a layer as we can here. Up to the sides here. Bailey asked, how did I know this was going to be my career? Gosh, I didn't even know this was going to be my career. This is something that completely took me by surprise. My original career was as a high school English teacher, which I knew was going to be my career my whole life. And I started doing baking and cookie decorating for fun, and then left my job so I could stay at home with my son, but still needed to make some of the bill payments. And so I started selling what I was baking, and then fell into this career. And little did I know this is what I was meant to be doing, at least for this time in my life. But I especially, still my favorite part of what I do is teaching other people to do it, like what I'm doing today. And that's just the teacher in me that will never die. Okay, so now I'm trying to just press this in. Now, you definitely want to make sure that if you're using a cake pan that you did grease it beforehand, because we're going to want to be able to get this out without it coming apart. So that is definitely key. I'm going to wipe my hands off here. Now this will bake at 375 for about, I start checking on it at about 13 minutes. And I think in total I baked mine for about 17 minutes. I would just keep checking on it. What I look for is for the edges to be a completely golden brown, because then I know that it's done. And then I don't want the center to be a golden brown, because I still want to have that delicious gooey, not super gooey, not raw, but a nice chewy texture for the center. So we would bake this for about, I'd say 15 minutes, 17 minutes total. And I have a finished one, so we don't have to sit around waiting for something to bake. Now the next step is also key. Hot out of the oven, which this one is not, but fresh out of the oven. This is what I think makes this cake so fun, is that you don't need to have a projector to get a perfect star, but you do need to have a little star cookie cutter, which I think a lot of people have a star-shaped cookie cutter. While it is still hot, I pressed this cookie cutter into the cake, and then I use this smaller one too. So you could do this with any cookie cutter while it's still hot, just so I can get the indentation, and then I can trace it with my buttercream frosting, and I don't need to use a projector, I don't need to use a stencil or anything like that. So that is one key trick to this cookie cake, is doing it while it's still hot. If I did it while it was still in the dough form, chances are while it bakes, that imprint would get totally lost. So we're going to take this is a 12-inch cake round. Obviously you don't have to do this, you could just leave it in the pan. And I'm going to get my cookie cake out, and then we'll get it turned around one more time so that it's ready to go. So I've got my cookie cake, and I think I'll probably want to add a little bit of buttercream to the bottom of that once we have that buttercream made. So usually while it bakes, I would be making the buttercream. So let's move on to that step. Now there is nothing special about this buttercream. It is your traditional American buttercream, which means it's full of a lot of sugar. That's what makes it taste so delicious. So for our buttercream, I'm going to be using about 4 cups of powdered sugar. This was pre-measured, and then a cup of butter. If you have more than one cake, obviously you're going to want to double this, but this, for me, I found that this makes the perfect amount for a cookie cake. I'm going to do some vanilla and almond extract to match the flavor of our cake, and then I like to add some salt to cut the sweetness just a little bit. And again, we're going to be working with unsalted room temperature butter. You also may want to add milk or cream to this, depending on how your butter mixes up, or how your frosting turns out. It might be a little bit too thick, and so you'll find you want to add a little bit of milk. I don't think we'll be needing to add milk, just because, like I said, it is pretty humid here. So there are lots of different types of buttercreams that you can make that are more complicated, but I just like the basic. Whoop. I'm going to start with a little bit of powdered sugar just to start out with. And start it on low. No one said baking was clean. So this is going to take a second to come together. It's going to be a little bit crumbly at first. I'm going to add a little bit of almond to this as well to bring this together. Just a drop. And then I'm going to turn it all the way up. Oh, and I almost forgot my salt. Sprinkled just a tiny bit of salt, probably about a half a teaspoon. And we're going to crank up the speed. Okay, looks like we got a little powdered sugar buildup, so I'm just going to try to get that incorporated in. And I would typically mix for about 5 minutes on just a medium-high speed. You don't want to mix for too long, too high of a speed, because you're going to find a lot of air bubbles in your buttercream when you go to pipe. So we kind of want to bring it down to a little bit of a slower speed. I'm so used to my crank being on the other side. So I'm going to scrape the sides of my bowl quick. In this case, I'm not going to color this. I'm just going to keep it that natural off-white, just because I kind of like that. I think it just makes it look more homemade than a perfectly white grocery store cake. But you can buy white food coloring and color it so it's got that crisp whiteness, which I love that look too. Both looks are cute. Or you can add, red, make it any color that you want. My whole thing is I always worry about people's mouths turning a different color. So if I'm at a barbecue, I don't want everyone's mouths to be blue because of the icing that I created. So I'm going to just mix this one more time. It's actually got a great consistency, a great texture to it. So I don't want to thin this out with milk. If I thin this out with milk, it would get a little too soupy and I wouldn't be able to get some nice piping lines that I want to get on my cake. Oh, so delicious. Okay, so that is pretty much ready to go. Might mix that a little bit longer if I were at home, just to make sure I get that smoothness that I'm looking for. But the main thing with the smoothness is that you want to start with that butter at room temperature. If you get it any colder than that, you're going to probably have butter chunks, and that's going to be hard to work its way out. It's going to take a little bit longer to mix. And if you microwave your butter, which I'll admit I've done many times when I've forgotten to set my butter out the day before, you do run the risk of it being extra soupy, and you're going to be adding a lot more powdered sugar, which is of course going to make it a lot sweeter. So I'm going to grab one more spatula here. I always have a jar of like 10 spatulas at my house, and I think I go through all of them in one cake decorating session or one cookie session. Can never have too many spatulas. Okay, we want to get all that delicious buttercream off of our paddle here. We don't want to save any of that unless you want to give it to someone to lick. This would be what my kids would be fighting over for sure. The buttercream paddle. Okay, so we want to get all that deliciousness. I'm going to give it one more kind of hand stir because I don't want that powdered sugar that I saw flaking off. I want to make sure that that's fully incorporated here. Okay, so yeah, one more little hand stir. Now, the reason I chose this as something I wanted to teach you guys today is because I really think anybody can make it. You just don't need to have that advanced of a skill level to do this. You know, if you are a beginner baker, this is something that you can do. It's as easy as mixing up dough, but I think the little touches of adding the piped stars that look so perfect, people are going to think that you have that perfect handwriting when it comes to piping. I think that's what makes it so impressive. So you can fool people into thinking you are a master baker, even if you are just starting out. So there's our buttercream. Like I said, you can add more color to it if you'd like. Oh, good question. So the recipe, the downloadable recipe, it says it states 7 cups of powdered sugar, and that is for a doubled batch, I believe. So this will just create one cookie cake. So that I think is one thing that needs to be corrected on that recipe. I'm glad you pointed that out, Lynn. Thank you, because that would be a lot of sugar. Nothing wrong with sugar, but that would be a lot. So I'm going to, typically when I make these, I make 2 at a time, so I think that's where my brain was when I was creating that. So I'm going to cut off the top of a piping bag. This is just a disposable piping bag, and I'm going to insert a small round tip. In this case, this is Wilton number 4. And this is what I'm going to use to create my stars. I'm going to pipe my stars on this. We just need a little bit of the buttercream for the stars. And I'm also going to, before I forget, add a little bit of buttercream so my cake isn't sliding around on that plate. So I'm going to add just a little bit of buttercream to the bottom, just to act as just a little bit of glue for my cake there. Okay, so now I've got my tip. So you really just need a round tip. It doesn't matter what width. I have mine a fairly small width. And like I said, you don't need to have very many piping skills. If you can go back and forth, you can do this style. So I'm going to start with the uppermost star so that my hand doesn't accidentally drag through icing if I started with the bottom. And I'm just going to work my way back and forth. Making sure to kind of touch down at the points of the star so that the icing rests really nicely. Again, super, super easy. You don't have to have ever piped anything in your life, and you can probably do that. Now, if you want to, you could take a nice warm spatula and you could smooth that out if you want a smooth top, but I'd say why mess with something if it already looks cute? So now I'm going to go on to the bigger star. And if you get little holes in your stripes like me, you can just go back and touch those up. I'm going to slow down just a little so I can have a little bit straighter lines. And the little feet of the star. I mean, like I said, why mess with it if it already looks cute? I love that zigzag effect. And then our last one. And of course, you could freehand that too, but when you have the cookie cutters, it creates that stencil for you, which I love. Now, while this icing is freshly piped, we're going to add some more 4th of July sprinkles. These are from the Sprinkle Pop shop. And I love the different sizes here. There. You can clean that up with a brush if you don't want them going everywhere. Push that one there. Okay, and now we're going to pipe our border. So it's really important that you do the inside before you pipe the border, because you don't want to be accidentally screwing up your design of your border when you go to pipe the inside. So I'm just getting my excess buttercream back into the bowl. And I'm going to use an open star tip. You could use, this is a Wilton 199. And this one, it doesn't have a number on it, but it's really comparable. But any of those open star tips I think work great. There's a lot of different styles of piping that we can do. I'm choosing to do this without a turntable because I want you to see how easy this is to do and that you don't need all the fancy equipment like a turntable in order to execute this. So I'm putting my piping tip in my bag. Bag goes in my cup so that I can get all that buttercream down to the bottom really easily. And yeah, we definitely only needed the 4 cups of powdered sugar, so I need to fix that on the recipe because we will have probably the perfect amount of buttercream with just a little bit left over, which is quality control, right? That's for licking off the spoon. So I'm going to push this through. I may need to halfway through refill my bag. Oh no, we got a little glop. Not to fear, we can fix it, guys. This is the story of baking, right? Little glop. I'm going to try to put that in there. There. See, that's why it's so important to do the inside first, because that could have been my border and then I wouldn't have been able to fix it quite as easy. So I just used my skewer to fix that. Okay. So I'm going to do a rope border. Now you do need a significant amount of icing, so if anybody or a frosting for this, so if you are not a frosting lover, you probably won't want to do this border because it really piles the frosting on. I, of course, am a frosting lover. So the technique that I'm going to be doing is just squeezing the icing out and then working in a circular motion and trying to keep the same width of my circles the entire way around my cake. So yes, a turntable is great to have, but you don't need to have it. You can still accomplish this without it. So you can start from anywhere. I'm going to start from the outside and squeeze. Oops. Get a grip of my bag here. So it's essentially kind of like little rosettes. And what's nice is when I have to stop and adjust my bag, I can just pick back up and it will be covered up here from the icing. And any other mistakes get hidden with sprinkles. Like I said, sprinkles are sort of like glitter. Now my buttercream is very thick, so it's a little bit harder to come out of the bag. If you end up adding a tablespoon or so of milk, that'll help it come out. But I'm going right up to the border here. Keep adjusting and turning. You could also just leave it in the pan too. You don't need to have a fancy cake plate. I know Dollar Tree makes some great tinfoil pie pans for bringing cakes to places, and they come with the lids on them, which is amazing. We're almost finished. I'm not even gonna have to refill my bag. One last swoop. Look how pretty that looks. Oh, frosting has got to be one of the most satisfying things, as my buttercream is flying all over the place here. And then you just kind of connect it. I'm going to push this little boo-boo from where I started when I was trying to get a grip. I'm going to push that out of the way. And then anywhere else that I feel like there's a hole, I'm just going to cover that with sprinkles. So like I said, you can always have a designated sprinkles tweezer that's only for food. Okay, so now this is totally fine. You could leave it at this. I mean, not even totally fine. This is beautiful and would impress anybody. But if you want to bring it over to the top, we're going to add those amazing sugar cookies that we decorated at the beginning of this. Oops. So we've got our cookies that have a nice crust over them, and because they were dried in front of the fan, they even got a little bit of a shine. Oh, I should have planned this out a little bit better. Maybe the red one. Red, white, blue. Well, we're gonna go for it and just squish them in. Oh, gotta do that one the same. Look how cute. Adding those little extra sugar cookies can just bring it up to a whole other level when you are bringing this to a barbecue. I love it. So there you have it, you guys. This is, like I said, super easy. I made this all, if you don't count the cooking part of it, I made this all in about 45 minutes, so you can make this too. I'm gonna see if you guys have any questions, so feel free to send in any questions and I can answer them for you. Adding milk helps with the buttercream. I was just about to ask. I always seem to have troubles. It's hard and difficult to work with. Yes, milk definitely helps make your buttercream a little bit smoother. Cream, you know, any type of cream or milk will definitely help smooth it out. Definitely something you want to add if you're having trouble like I was. Mine was a little bit thicker. You could also add water too, but it's going to give it a little bit of a different texture to it. Jill, I'm so excited. I hope you try it. Jill says, after watching it, I feel like I might be able to do this. I think you can. I encourage you to try it, and I really think that people would find it impressive at your next barbecue. So don't forget, you guys, the recipe is right there. You can click the link. It's right here on the live stream. You can see you can watch this live stream again for the step-by-step, but this is the perfect thing for you guys to bring to your next potluck or barbecue, or you know what, just to eat for yourself. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me on this one.
Hello and welcome, Maddie. Thank you for coming in and being here today. I would love for you to introduce yourself to our viewers, tell us a little bit about you, and then also what it is that we will be making with you today.
Hi, well, thank you. Thanks so much for having me. I love doing this. This is so much fun. My name's Maddie Gartmann. I have a cookie business called Gardy Goodies, and I decorate cookies. And that's what I'm going to show you guys today is how to make these adorable, spooky cookie pops. They're not really that spooky. They're more cute than spooky because who doesn't love a cookie on a stick? And they make for like the most adorable social media picture. You know, you can just picture that on Facebook with the little ones. So I'm just going to go ahead and get started if that sounds good with you.
That sounds good to me. I'll let you know if any questions come as you go.
Yes, please feel free to ask questions if you need me to clarify anything or if I'm moving too fast. So first I'm just going to walk through what we're going to need to make these. We're going to make 3 different designs today. You will need a roll of roll-out sugar cookie. So any recipe will do as long as it creates a nice roll-out cookie that doesn't spread because we really want to make sure that it maintains its shape. Then we're going to need some lollipop sticks. I found you can find these at any craft store. I got these at Walmart, so you can really find them anywhere. You'll need a knife. I like to use a little pen blade, but any sort of paring knife works great. I prefer to use a little scraper. That can be helpful, but you can also use a paintbrush too, and I'll show you that part. Then you'll want to download the PDF that comes with this video. You should see the link right there on your page, and print out the templates. I prefer to print mine out on cardstock just so it holds up a little bit better, and then cut them out. And then of course we're going to need our royal icing. We are doing 5 different colors: orange, black, pink, red, and white. And we'll talk about those when we get to that part. Okay, so let's start with our cookie dough. Now I have had this chilling in my fridge overnight. I always suggest chilling your dough. That's key for making sure that you have a nice, a cookie that keeps its shape nicely. And so this is a great way to avoid having to buy a ton of new cookie cutters. It's just creating a little template. You could even freehand this if you've got good freehand skills. But I'll take my little pen blade. I'm gonna this is my little vampire teeth cookie pop, I should say, and just gonna cut right around it. Super simple. That's why I really like these pen blades, because they can get in all the little nooks. Here. I always have my cookie on parchment paper. So there's one, and kind of just pull it away. That parchment paper makes sure that it doesn't stick to your countertop. We'll slide this on our cookie sheet here. And then we're going to use this one for both the pumpkin and the kitty cat. It's just slightly modified for the kitty cat. And you don't have to perfectly cut it out, as long as you get the general shape. A little squiggly there.
Maddie, I'm going to jump in with a question quickly.
Absolutely.
Here. Just because we do have a lot of people that join these series and these events that are jumping across crafts. So that pen knife that you're using, do you want to talk just a little bit about if someone has one lying around that they might use for activities, how would you recommend making sure that that's properly cleaned so you can use it for this?
Oh, that's a great question. I personally would have a separate knife that was just for food use, just because I like to play it safe. So these ones I don't use on any other crafts, they're just for food. So if you don't have something like this, just grab a paring knife from your butcher block at home and that'll work just fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're gonna go to our kitty cat, which like I said, this one's just gonna be slightly modified from the template. All the way around. When your dough has been chilled slightly, it makes it a lot easier to work with. If it's fresh out of the mixer, it's going to be a little bit too flimsy. So the way that we're going to, oh yeah.
Well, Daka is asking how thick you roll your cookie dough.
This is a great question as well. So I personally like my sugar cookies to be 1/4 of an inch thick. Some people like 5/8 of an inch, which is a little bit thicker. But like I said, I like that 1/4 of an inch. I feel that the ratio of icing to cookie is a little bit better. So you can buy rolling pins that have little spacers on the ends of them, and that makes sure that it's the same thickness all the way. You can also, I think this is a nice workaround for those, if you just have a regular rolling pin, you can put 2 rulers, or I've even used paint stirring sticks. I've taped that to my countertop and rolled the cookie dough between those, and then that makes sure it just comes to that thickness. So a little cheat if you don't want to buy the fancy rolling pin. Okay, so now we've got our kitty cat pop. I'm just going to put this to the side. Of course, normally I would use up all this dough and make as many cookies on one sheet as possible. But for now, we'll just throw this in the refrigerator. Okay, so we've got our 3 shapes that we're going to be working with. Got our kitty cat, our vampire, and our jack-o'-lantern. Now, this is the part that people can tend to miss. So you don't want to skip this part because it's really important for the process to make sure that the lollipops stay in. Now, since this is just a cookie, they can be really fragile. So what I do is I take my lollipop stick, I'm going to push the cookie to the edge here, and just press it in about halfway up the cookie. Don't press it in so far that would break through the cookie. You're just going to want to go about halfway down. Now you can just bake your cookie stick right into it. I usually want to fit a lot more cookies on the sheet, so I don't do it that way. And I'll show you how we glue them in. So this is a great way to do it if you want to bake a lot of cookies at once without having to bake the sticks into it. You could, like I said, just leave them in there. Okay, so now we're going to bake these cookies. Bake them at 375 for about 10 to 13 minutes, or just follow the directions on your specific sugar cookie recipe. Now, I will warn you, do not use the Pillsbury dough that comes in the little tube. Even though it's delicious, you can eat that, you know, but you don't want to use that for rollout cookies because that's going to create like a puffy cookie. You really want to make sure you have a rollout sugar cookie recipe for this, because we have to make sure we maintain the shape and a nice flat surface on top for decorating. So now we're going to pop this in the oven, and after about 13 minutes or so, we have our adorable little cookie pops, at least the start of them. So we got our lollipop sticks. I'm going to set those to the side. And let's talk about our royal icing. Now, of course, you would not want to decorate these until they are fully cooled off. We don't want to be worrying about the icing just melting right off the side of the cookie. So this is my royal icing recipe. It is a free video that you can watch on Creative Cake Design. Definitely recommend checking it out because I walk you through all the steps of how to make royal icing. But the basics of it are powdered sugar, water, meringue powder, and a little bit of flavoring. I personally like to use vanilla flavoring and a little bit of almond, but it's to your taste. And we are going to work with one consistency of icing. So a lot of times when you see somebody decorating cookies, they'll have a thicker outline icing and a thinner flood icing. Since we're only doing a couple cookies and we don't need a lot of tiny details, we're going to work with just one consistency of icing. I call it like a hybrid consistency, which basically means we're just going to cut a very small hole in the top of our icing bag, and we're going to use that to both outline and flood, because you'll see that it can hold that outline shape, but it can also make a nice flood. So if you're at home and you took a look at my royal icing recipe, you're going to want this to be about a 15 to 20 second consistency. And that just means that it takes about 15 seconds for the royal icing to completely flatten out. So we're mixing our 3 colors. There's nothing fancy about these colors. They all come straight from the bottle. I use AmeriColor gel dyes. Chef Master's great. You can get lots of gel dyes in store too. But this is just rose pink, some orange. I didn't add anything else to this. Black, red, and then white. I do use a drop of white food coloring in my large batch of royal icing. And for my black, you probably can't tell on this screen, but it's actually kind of a dark gray. I never put so much ice or so much food coloring in it that it turns it jet black, because what you'll find is that causes a lot of stained tongues, stained mouths, and it can bleed into the other colors. So when you're dyeing your black icing, just take it to a nice dark gray, and then it will naturally darken more on its own, and it looks black for the most part anyway. So we're actually going to start with our black icing. So for a couple of these cookie pops, they have kind of like a 3D effect where there's different layers. So to get that 3D effect, we're going to use, this is where the scraper comes in. So this one is my pumpkin cookie. And because we're going to put the jack-o'-lantern mouth here and we want the mouth to kind of pop and have the shadow, we're going to take the black icing and go right over here, just squiggle. And I'm going to use my scraper to make sure it completely covers. Basically, you just want to get the center part of the cookie because the mouth is going to go right around here. So our teeth are going to be covering up parts of this where we see the actual cookie. Now, I like to have just a little bit of something special. So I add a little bit of this. It's called disco dust. It's edible, and it just gives a little bit of glitter. So I'm going to sprinkle a little disco dust. Halloween seems like the appropriate time to add some glitter. And that's going to be just the background of the mouth of our pumpkin. You can add more or less, or you don't need to add any at all. Sprinkles would work great for that as well. And then we also want to get this effect with our vampire mouth because we'll have the tongue here and then the teeth, so we need kind of the black background of the mouth. And so we're going to do the same thing. Take that black and just make sure it's covering the back of the cookie. You could also use a paintbrush. Oops. We don't want it to run off the edge. But yeah, a paintbrush works great for this that you have dedicated to food only. We've got a little bit on our teeth here. And it doesn't really have to be perfect because we're going to cover a lot of that up with icing. So next we're going to glue our actual lollipop sticks into the cookie. So we'll do the same thing. We're going to take our black and run it right through that line. Oh, I also forgot to mention, when you take your cookies straight out of the oven, when they are still warm, take that lollipop stick again and press it back into that indentation, just so that when it's warm, it continues to create that indent, and then it can dry and cool off with it. So I definitely suggest doing that just so it really locks the indent in. So we'll go back to our pumpkin cookie here, and I just put a little bit of royal icing in the indent. And then I'm going to press rather firmly, but you can see it locks it in right away. And we're going to be covering that up, so it does not matter how pretty or not pretty that is. And this one is our cat one. Same thing, I'm just going to flood right in the middle and use it like glue.
So Maddie, it looks like you're already clarifying this, but Priya did ask, so you are icing this side with the lollipop dent?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And that's what makes this technique a little bit different from other people. But the reason I'm doing that is so that the actual decoration is what's going to lock the lollipop stick in. What can happen sometimes when you just put it on the back with maybe like a little white chocolate or royal icing, a kid grabs it and the cookie goes flying right off. So I found that this technique can kind of lock the stick in a little bit better. We'll go to our last one here. And then you just want to make sure that as they're drying, they're not kind of, you can see this one is starting to droop down. So as they're drying, we want to make sure they are elevated. You could even stick like a book or a magazine underneath just to be sure. And normally we would let these dry for about, I would say at least a half hour, maybe 20 minutes, just to make sure that they are locked in. We're gonna start decorating right away because I've got some of the steps already pre-decorated so you can get an idea. But like I said, normally I would let these dry just to be safe for another 10 minutes or so. So I'm gonna lock that one in. We're gonna start with, go back to our jack-o'-lantern here. Put that one in the center. Now we're going to take our orange icing, and like I said, we're just cutting a very small hole in the tip because we want to be able to control the design. So the first thing I'm going to do is create the pumpkin face. I can just use my sweatshirt for a template here. We're going to kind of go for the same idea, but we want to make sure that the stick is covered up with royal icing. So I'm going to make sure first and foremost that there is a, oops, let me get my icing bag going here. It was a little clogged. That there's a tooth right in the center of my design. So it could be any shape. You could do a triangle tooth. I'm just going to do the kind of traditional rectangle square tooth and make our smile. And I like to pipe the entire smile as the first thing because it's really what's going to be driving the whole design. Oops, we got a skinnier tooth. We're going to even that out. We'll make it a little bit bigger here. Okay, so there's our smile. And then because we want this to be a little bit more 3D, a little more puffy, we're going to decorate this in sections. Now, if you're new to decorating with royal icing, the big thing you want to know is that when you are decorating two sections of a cookie right next to each other, you want to make sure they dry in between decorating them. So what you're going to see is I'm going to decorate the outside of this pumpkin first, and then I'm going to let it dry, work on another cookie while it's drying, and then we'll come back and do the center of the cookie. So I'm going to draw my pumpkin lines. You'll see what I mean in a second. And then we're going to flood. So if you're working with that hybrid consistency, all you should have to do is press down a little bit more firmly on your icing bag. And then I'm using a cookie scribe, a toothpick, a bamboo skewer, anything that's pointy does this job. I'm going to use that to smooth out the lumps here. So we're just doing that section, and then we're going to decorate the other section here. So try to be as symmetrical as possible. So this is the other side of our pumpkin. And when you're outlining, you're just gently squeezing on your royal icing. And always lift up on the bag to get a straighter line. If you're trying to ice too close to the cookie, you can get a very wiggly line. So going back and flooding right away, this is kind of the relaxing part of cookie decorating.
Maddie, while you're doing that, we do have a couple more questions if you have a moment.
Absolutely.
So Kelsey is curious how long you wait for these to dry. You spoke about letting them dry before coming back to them.
So there's different, so for the cookie sticks, I would let them dry about 30 minutes before doing what we're doing right now. For the in-between sections like this, really just 5 to 10 minutes. It's not a ton of time. It's enough to get the top layer of the royal icing to crust over. What's interesting about royal icing is it dries both quickly and slowly, meaning that it'll crust over within 5 or 10 minutes in a dry climate, but it takes about 8 hours for it to fully dry all the way through. So as long as we get that crusted over look, and you can kind of start to see, because what will happen is it'll get less shiny. It'll have more of a matte effect to it, and that's when we know it's starting to dry. So like right now, we're just going to set this one very carefully to the side and pull in our little kitty cat. And once we're done decorating this one, we could even go back to the jack-o'-lantern one. It's not too long at all. So for the kitty cat, we're just going to leave the space for the pink nose. So all you have to do is make a little V there. And we're just going to go right over the lollipop stick. And then I'm going to flood. You can see this consistency is a little bit thinner than my orange, so I won't have to spread it out quite as much.
And Maddie, while you're doing that, I've got some more questions. You ready for more?
Absolutely.
All right, this is a little bit more general here from Haley. Haley has noticed when decorating cookies with the royal icing that the surface of her icing dries hard, but the icing underneath was not hard.
Yes.
Is Haley doing something wrong? Is that to be expected?
Essentially, that's what you want, because when someone eats your cookie, you want them to still have a soft bite. So if you've soft underneath, it probably means you're adding corn syrup to your recipe, which is what I recommend doing, because it creates that nice soft bite. So no, you're not doing anything wrong. If you let it dry out in the open air, eventually that bottom layer will harden. Now, if it's so soft that you can't even really work with the cookie because you're denting it when you stick your finger in it after a couple hours, it could mean that you're over mixing your icing. So if you're letting it beat on high for, longer than 10 minutes, it could be over mixed, and then that means it won't really dry properly. So maybe look into that, possibly. But otherwise, it's a good thing to have a soft bite. We don't want to chip anybody's teeth when they're eating our cookies. So we're going to go on to the vampire fangs, and I'm going to take my red icing and create the little tongue, and that's what's going to cover up the lollipop stick on this design. So that's pretty simple because we just need like a little semicircle. And then flood right over. And actually, the vampire cookie stick is the one we can do pretty much in one go from start to finish. Because after we do this, we're going to do the teeth. And we can decorate the teeth right away because it's not directly up against the red tongue, so we don't have to worry about the colors blending together. We don't have to create dimension. Now, if you want to challenge yourself, you can make little individual teeth, but I like to keep these designs really simple and approachable, so we're just going to go with the template.
All right, Maddie, we've got another couple questions about what you use for your tools here. So first, we're getting a great overhead shot of your baking sheets. And Joanne is wondering what kind of cookie sheet you are using.
So this one is, I'm not sure the brand on this, well, I can see right here, Good Cook. I really prefer anything that is an all aluminum, so like a silver. I really also like Nordic ware, but look for those silver baking pans that are 100% or mostly aluminum. A lot of people also really like to bake on parchment paper, or there are some silicone baking mats. I have a couple that I just got from Amazon, and they create a really nice texture on the bottom of your cookie, and it also really makes sure that your cookies don't spread. So I would just look up silicone baking mats. That's probably going to be more key than even your baking sheets, is using those, or a parchment paper of some sort. Again, that just helps you get a really nice even bake in the oven. I'm going to show you what the bottoms of my cookies look like here. So yeah, so this is the bottom of a cookie. I don't know if you can get a close-up of it, but it has this really ridged texture to it, and you can tell that the cookie has been completely evenly baked. You don't get any darker spots up here or around the edges. It's just completely evenly baked, and that's from those silicone baking mats. I definitely recommend those. Got a little orange. So now I'm going to go back and kind of smooth out my little vampire mouth here. Got a little orange in it. Another way that I always suggest to get a flatter surface on your icing is to take your actual cookie and just jiggle it back and forth. I'm worried about the cookie sticks falling out for these, so I'm not going to do that. Now, really, the air is dry enough in here that I could probably just do the next steps. But since I already have them completed over here, we're going to transfer to these. So these have been drying overnight. Like I said, you really only need a couple minutes in between steps, but I also wanted to have a finished product to show you what they look like and be able to hold it up without the lollipop stick falling out. So we're going to finish up our jack-o'-lantern. And you can see once it's dried for about 8 hours, the stick is very secure, and I found that it's just a lot more secure than baking it right into the cookie.
Could you talk just a little bit more about that, actually, Maddie? So Greg has a question about, is it possible to decorate the cookie first and then add the stick on the back? I know you gave a great reason why you selected this technique. So if you could revisit that, that'd be great.
It's totally possible. There's a couple ways you can do it. You can use white chocolate. Just make sure that the cookie isn't in a super hot climate and the chocolate doesn't melt. But white chocolate works great to glue it down. You could also use royal icing on the back too and just let them dry. That's totally another way to do it.
And now you're icing on the front though, because you feel that helps lock in the stick, right?
Yeah, I just feel like it gives a little bit extra security. And then also I can lay my cookies flat for storage and packaging, and I don't have the stick kind of keeping it from totally lying flat. But like I said, both ways totally work. And go in and smooth these out. And now because this has been dry, I'm going to use the little jiggle technique to get a really nice flat surface. So that's when I just go like this. That's my favorite technique because I'm not going in there with my scribe a ton. And that flattens the icing out on its own. So our pumpkin one is already done. And our little vampire teeth. We just have our little kitty cat. So now we've got our pink icing. Okay. And just finish up the little heart here.
And then while you're doing that, Maddie, to follow on with the placement of the stick, Melissa was wondering why not place the stick into the cookie prior to baking. I know you mentioned it helps you bake more at one time,
Yep.
but I'm wondering if there are any other reasonings
That's
behind
the
that
main reason. My main reason is so I can fit more onto a sheet. Otherwise, when you bake, you only can really have 5 at a time, and usually cookie dough makes about 12 to 24, so I want to maximize the amount that I'm putting on a sheet. That's the main reason. Also, depending on your recipe and your climate, sometimes when you bake the stick right into the cookie, it doesn't hold it in, and it just for some reason can just pop right out. But my main reason is just to bake more on the sheet.
All right, and while she's doing that, just a reminder from me to anybody watching, we are going to have time for some of those more general questions. So if you have those, you can go ahead and drop those in, but also keep your questions coming. Jenny has a great one, but I'm going to save it because you might be touching this briefly as you finish things up. But Jenny, don't worry, I've got your question. I'll ask it if necessary.
Okay. Yeah, because we're on our very final steps here. We're just going to add the whiskers. And you know what? Just because we have time, we're going to make a little reflection line into the nose of the cat. And this is actually a really good way to demonstrate to you why I normally wait between steps, because I didn't wait on the pink. My white is going to solidify into the pink, which in this case I want, because I want it to look like a reflection line. So when you decorate your colors right on top of each other, they'll eventually settle into each other. And that's fine if that's what you're going for. But for most of this, we wanted the dimension between the colors. For this white reflection line, we don't want that dimension so much. And so then our final step is to do the whiskers here. And normally I would let this dry for about 5-10 minutes and then decorate the whiskers on top. And just 3 little lines. And you can even see just the black of this cookie, because it was decorated and dried for a day. It's a lot more matte than the freshly decorated parts. And if you want to try to maintain that shine on your cookie, put your cookie underneath a direct fan, like a little tabletop fan with it blowing down on the cookie. That's actually what I do when I'm decorating my cookies in bulk. I just always keep my tabletop fan running so that it can be drying them. It also helps the drying process so I can decorate them more quickly. And it adds that little bit of shine. So, so cute. So these are our 3, and you can see they are totally stable, super cute. You can package these, use a little cellophane bag. I really like the ones that are made for like lollipops that you can get in the craft section that have a curved top to them. Pull one over the top, tie a little bow around it, and you've got a really cute little Halloween treat there. But I would make sure you let them dry in open air, uncovered, for at least 8 hours, and then package them at that point. I don't know if that maybe answered Jenny's question, but
that certainly got on to Jenny's question. She wanted to know if you had any recommendations for packaging these for favors. I'm actually wondering, to tack on to Jenny's question, the sticks, if people wanted to, place those in buckets or anything like that for a little display, how sturdy would these be? Or are there any things that you would recommend doing to make sure they hold if they're upright?
Yeah, that's a great question. So yeah, like I said, cellophane bag to cover the top if you're not going to give them right away. Time with a twist tie. You could also just use, saran wrap or cellophane that you find at like the Dollar Tree. If you're going to stick these as like a cookie bouquet, they will stay really sturdy. This is the exact same thing I use to make like my flower cookie bouquets, the same technique. When I'm putting them into the pot or the jar, I'll get a little block of that styrofoam that you can get at the craft store, like usually in the floral arrangement section, and just pop them right into that styrofoam, and that keeps them nice and secure and super cute. Be a really fun way to display these, is make like a big Halloween little cookie pop display. Get some Tootsie Roll Pops. I love that. I might have to do
Maybe
that.
like in a jack-o'-lantern.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that would be so cute. Great idea.
Oh, all right. And then kind of on the same idea, but this is more on the storage end. Lisa wants to know if these cookies can be frozen after they have been iced.
Absolutely. I love this question because it's so key to use freezing to your advantage. These cookies take a lot of time. I've crunched it all into 30 minutes, but the baking and the making icing and the decorating can take days and days. So you might want to do it in steps. You can actually freeze at any point. So if you want to just make your dough one day, pop it in the freezer. It'll stay good in the freezer. If you have it completely covered and wrapped, it'll stay great for a couple weeks. If you want to decorate first, you can do the same thing, decorate the cookies, and then I would just put them into like a Ziploc and then put the Ziploc into a Tupperware container. That's what I do at home, store that. The main thing that you need to be concerned with is when you take them out to thaw them, just take that Tupperware container out of your freezer, set it on your kitchen counter, walk away. Don't touch it. Come back in a couple hours. We want to make sure all the condensation has completely dried up, because what will happen is if you start messing with the cookie when it's still got that layer of condensation, we can risk kind of ruining the cookie design, smudging the color, especially when we've got these blacks and these reds, these super saturated colors. But I freeze my cookies all the time. I swear by it. And I also think it makes the cookie taste better. Kind of has like a softer bite to it. So I definitely recommend doing that.
All right, we're going to get into some tools questions next. So Maddie, first, if you could go find our fancy cookie cutters that you used today and feature those again. An FYI for anyone that didn't catch us at the top of the hour, there is a link to a lot of the stuff that Maddie has been showing, the steps for the instructions, and also these fancy things that are in the description of the video and also in the chat box if you haven't downloaded yours. So go ahead and show those again, Maddie.
Yep, we just have really simple template, and this works for any shape. I mean, if you find another shape, if you want to make a bunny rabbit or something else, all you have to do is just cut around it. I think it's such a great way of not having to buy fancy cookie cutters. But yeah, these are just really simple black and white templates. I print on cardstock and then just cut around. Any type of knife, kitchen knife, works for that.
And probably much smaller to store as well.
Yes, you can just put them in a binder or toss them.
All right, this is super general. We've seen some of your tools that you've used, but Kelsey wanted to know, what are some of your favorite tools, Maddie, that you use when you're decorating your cookies?
Well, my favorite tool is my rolling pin, which I didn't bring with me today, but it's called a Joseph rolling pin that I described earlier. It has adjustable rings on the end, and that just makes sure that I get my cookies nice and even. So that's my number one favorite tool because it's kind of a necessity for this. And then as far as the other tools, I mean, a good scribe, you can get fancy with them, but those are also kind of my favorite tools because I need to use them every single time. Another really great tool is a little pair of thread cutting scissors, those really tiny ones that are only 3 or 4 inches long, because when you're cutting the tips off of your piping bags, you want to get such a small tip that sometimes the big scissors just can't get them. So a little pair of thread cutting scissors is an awesome tool to have when you're doing cake and cookie decorating, I think.
Ooh, great answers and great ideas for some people looking to beef up their tool collection.
Yes.
Let's go back to icing for our next question. This comes from Sarah. So Sarah has experienced some air bubbles in her icing. What would you suggest that she do about that?
That's a really common problem, and it just comes from mixing your icing. Anytime you're mixing it, you're going to add air. There's a couple different ways you can solve that. The first one is when I'm mixing my large batch of royal icing, at the very last minute or two, I mix it on low in my mixer. I don't do that high speed mixing. I just have a really low pace. That I found has probably worked the best of all of these little tips I'm going to give. But if you want to do that, then additionally, once you put your icing in either a container or if you put a cover on it, walk away from it for a little bit. Again, make sure it's totally covered. It's fully mixed at this point. Walk away for about 5 minutes, and when you come back and peel off that cover, you're gonna find all the bubbles have risen up to the top. And then I just take a spatula. It's very therapeutic, actually. Just take a spatula and run it through that icing and pop all of them. So that's the biggest way to solve it before it goes on the cookie or before it goes in your icing bag. Sometimes you do all that, and then when you dye your icing, you still get air bubbles because you're still mixing it and putting it into the bag. So one thing I do, once I've got it in my bag, and these are just disposable piping bags, I highly suggest using the disposable ones because you'll probably go through them a lot, even if you're just a novice cookie decorator. Once you do it, and I'm afraid to do it in here because I might have icing all over the place, but normally this wouldn't be cut yet. I would just tie my bag and take it and then whip it around just like this, like a helicopter essentially. Like I said, I won't do it now because I think we'd have icing covering this whole place. But before it's cut, if you whip it around kind of vigorously, just for about 30 seconds, it works most of the air bubbles out. And then the last tip is just once they get on the cookie, because even after all that, you can still get them, just use your little poker, your scribe or your toothpick and poke them out. But those are a couple ways to keep them from getting there in the first place.
All right, I'm gonna put my final call out for any final questions. We do have time for at least this one more that is in the chat box already. And this comes from Celia. I believe I'm saying that right. I hope I am. Celia asks, what do you do with all of your leftover icing?
I just eat it. No. Icing stays great, just like cookies do when frozen. So even if like these bags, if I'm not going to decorate today or tomorrow, I will just put these in a Ziploc and pop them in my freezer and take them out when I'm going to need these colors again. The only thing I usually do is take them out of the individual bags, remix it a little bit because the water in the icing can separate a little bit and kind of create this little clear line here. So you just want to remix it quick and then it's good to go. You can also add it into new batches of icing, but yeah, I definitely save all of my icing. There's always kind of a bag in my freezer. You can also do the fridge if you know, oh, I'm gonna decorate in 4 days or 3 days, but I'm not gonna decorate today. You can throw them in the fridge too. When it's longer than 3 or 4 days, then I would do the freezer.
Awesome. Amazing. Well, that is it for the questions that I have. So Maddie, I'm going to turn it over to you for some of your final thoughts before I say farewell with a few reminders from myself. Remind us where we can find you. Any final thoughts on today's project or maybe spooky season in general? The floor is yours.
Well, now I hope somebody makes these and makes an adorable Halloween cookie pop display. And if you do, definitely tag me in it because I would love to see what you come up with. If you make any cookie pops this season, tag me. My screen name is Gardy Goodies on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. I would love to see what you come up with. If you want to just get the basics of royal icing decorating, please check out my cookies. I have a bunch of free videos on creativecakedesign.com. You can see how to make the royal icing and some of the basics and really just what you need to get going. If you're already going and you're ready to dive in, then these cookie pops are great for you because they're simple, they're fun, and what kid wouldn't absolutely love these? So I really hope you got everything you needed to know, and feel free to ask more questions if they come up and I can try to answer them for you. Like I said, you can find me. I'm Gardy Goodies on all social media.
Time to bring on today's instructor. We have Ann York with us today. Hi, Ann. Thank you so much for being here. How are you doing today?
Hey, Leah. I am doing great, and I am really excited to show everyone how to make this adorable turkey cookie platter. So is it all right if we just jump in?
I would actually love for you to just start with a little preview of what we're getting into, and then we'll start in with some beginning steps, and I'll start keeping an eye on the questions for you.
Thank you for doing that. Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Ann Yorks. I am the owner of the Flower Box, and I have 3 wonderful classes on craftsy.com, and they are great for beginners and seasoned decorators alike. Today's cookie project, we're going to be taking a look at how to make a really fun cookie platter. So let's take a look at what we're making. This cookie platter is made up of a series of cookies that are all overlapping on the platter to create this beautiful turkey design. And in case you're worried that you don't have these cookie cutters, you might be surprised at how easy they are to find. The body of the turkey is a number 8. The feathers are a leaf shape, or this is also a unicorn ear. It could be either, to be honest. The wing is a mini leaf shape, and it is, I did trim off that little stem on there. And then the backside of the turkey is a scalloped circle. But you can really use any cookie cutters that you might have in your bin that are similar. So maybe you don't have this exact leaf. I have a teardropped, this is a Christmas ornament, and you could just trim that off, or another leaf style that would also work. Maybe you don't have the fluted circle, but you have a regular circle for that backside cookie. So you can really get creative with these cookie shapes to create this beautiful platter. Now we are going to be working with royal icing today. And because this project is great for new decorators, I'd love to do a review of royal icing consistencies before we get started. Now, in your decorating guide that Craftsy has put together, this is a free download that you can grab. Leah just mentioned that the icing recipe is in that guide, and I encourage you to check that out. It also has some step-by-step instructions showing each step of decorating these cookies as well. So I hope you find that helpful. But let's actually take a close look at how to make these 2 icing consistencies that we're going to be using today, which is the piping consistency and the flooding consistency. So I have my piping in my decorating bag with a tip number 2. This is a really common cookie decorating tip. And I have my flooding icing in a icing bag without a tip. So this piping bag is thicker, and this is what we're going to use to outline our cookies. I call this piping icing, and we also add these with the details as well. In my icing bag, I have a 10-second icing, and this is what we're going to use to flow onto the surface of the cookie to get that nice flat surface so that we can pipe our details. So let me show you how to make these 2 common icing consistencies. I have some royal icing in here, and this is straight out of the mixer, so it's pretty stiff. You can see there's not a ton of motion. And we are going to first make this piping consistency what I'm going to use for details and outlines. So I have a squeeze bottle that this is just water in here, and this helps me add just small amounts of water. So I want to get to a soft peak icing consistency, and I'm just going to add about a half a teaspoon of water just to thin down my royal icing just a hair. And what I'm looking for is just some slight motion with that royal icing. I compare it to soft serve ice cream, and I'm really looking for that loop that you see when you give a swirl of that soft serve ice cream. That's what we're also looking for here with our piping icing. We want just a little bit of motion. If it's too stiff, do you see that loop starting to form there? That looks pretty good to me. If it's too stiff, it's really going to start to hurt your hand. And you can always add just a couple drops of water just to change that icing consistency ever so slightly. So we're just looking for a slight motion and looking for it to move just a little bit and form that loop like a soft serve ice cream. Okay, so we are there. Now, before I take some out and put it in my piping bag, I do want to color my icing at this point because I want my pipe and my flood to match exactly. So I like to just squeeze my food gels onto the spatula, not directly into the bowl. And this will help me control how much color is going to be added to the icing. Sometimes if you squeeze too hard, you can overcolor your icing. So I'm just trying to get that pretty orange color, and that looks really good. That was a nice large dot of the Chef Master food gel. So now I have my icing colored, and this icing is in that piping consistency. It has just that soft peak that's forming, and I'm just going to take about a teaspoon or two. I have a piping bag with a coupler and a tip on here, and I'm just going to wrap this over glass. This just helps keep this process hands-free, and I'll just put a little bit of that piping icing into the bag. So again, this is the icing that we're going to use to outline our cookies and put the details on the cookies. That's our piping icing. But now I want to show you how to make our flooding icing. And this is the thinner icing that we're going to use to flow onto the surface of the cookie. So I'm going to add about 2 teaspoons of water, and you can measure this using a measuring spoon, or you can eyeball it if you're comfortable doing that. Both ways work. And I'm just looking to thin this down so that it flows off my spatula. And when I'm making my flood icing, I generally do two tests. So I'm going to add another about a half teaspoon of icing, really just to thin this down to that flooding consistency. So now I'm going to see if this has the flow that I'm looking for off of the spatula. And you can see it is flowing down. It's still a little bit thick. And so I'm going to add another half teaspoon of water. So at this point, I've added about 2 to 3 teaspoons of water to get to this point. And I'm just going to give this a good mix. This looks really good to me. So I'm just going to see if it has that flow off the spatula. And it is flowing down, which means it's going to flow onto the surface of our cookie. Now, one of the tests that you can do with your icing is called the 10-second test. And you just take your spatula and draw a line through that icing. And that line should take about 10 seconds to disappear and flow smooth. That way you know your icing is not too thick and not too thin. So you can actually count the seconds as that icing flows closed. So now we have the right consistency for our flood icing. And I'm ready to put that flood icing into the bag. Now this is the bag that does not have a tip on it. And I'm just going to take the bowl and pour that icing right into that bag. And this, you can either put a bag tie on this icing bag, or you can tie a little knot at the top, which is typically how I like to do it. Just when you're all done, these are easy cleanup. You can just throw those away. So that is a review of our 2 common icing consistencies that we're going to be using today, the piping and the flooding. And my first class with Craftsy that I did, Celebrate with Cookies, has another great review of icing consistencies. So if you're really looking to dive deeper into cookie decorating, that is a good class to start with. All right, so now that we've talked a little bit about the 2 icing consistencies that we're going to use, I am going to jump into our cookie decorating, and I'll show you how to pipe and flood the cookies. So let's take a look at this little wing. Now, when I baked these cookies, I made sure that I cut them in 2 directions. So I cut some like this, and then I flipped some over to get them baked so that the wings are going in opposite directions on the turkey platter. So when I am piping, I'm using a number 2 tip, and I like to just hold the bag in the palm of my hand, and I have a finger on the coupler to help steady out my piping lines. And I'm just going to touch down at the edge of the wing, and I'm giving a good medium hand squeeze as I bring that piped line around the cookie. Notice I'm staying pretty close to the surface of the cookie as I do that, but I'm not dragging the tip. I want that outline to be nice and raised up so it holds back that flood icing, or that, yeah, hold back the flood icing. So now that I have the cookie outlined, I'm ready to flood in, and I'm using that 10-second icing, and I will just, actually, I call this the bump and wiggle. I like to bump that flood icing up against that outline. It really helps to conceal it and give a nice clean edge to your cookie. And then I just wiggle that icing in nice and generously to flood in that wing. Now this little mini cookie, this is a great first cookie to practice when you're working on a little bit of a larger canvas, like the scalloped cookie that we're using for the back of the turkey. I find these little motions of outlining the cookie just take a little bit of patience. And sometimes when you're outlining a cookie that has lots of scallops like this, it's okay to touch your tip down onto the surface of the cookie and turn the cookie so that you can continue piping in a way that's going to be comfortable for you. So don't feel like you have to do those outlines all with one motion. You can stop because the icing is sticky. You can just pop your tip right in there, touch that outline, and keep going. Now, hand pressure as you're squeezing your icing bag really helps control how much icing is coming out of the bag. And I find that I'm using a nice medium hand squeeze on my icing bags as I'm piping those outlines. Now again, I'm going to flood in this cookie, and I am just bumping that flood icing up against that outline. See how it just sort of flows over against the outline and really conceals it to give me a nice clean edge to the cookie. Also, because the icing colors match exactly like I just showed you how I color the icing, that will really help with giving a nice good finish to your cookies when they are all dry. Now, speaking of drying, this type of icing, this royal icing, you need to allow it to set up before you add the details. So this icing is definitely still very wet. I just flooded this wing, and adding details could cause some problems. The colors could leach into each other and you could see some color bleeding. So I like to pop my cookies on the cookie sheet and put them in front of a fan and let them dry for about an hour before I come back and add the details. So I do have the dry cookies ready to go. And these, I did pipe and flood these about an hour ago. So on this little wing just has a cute little loop on the wing just for a whimsical detail. So I have my piping icing. This is in the light brown color. And I'm just going to use a medium squeeze as I bring those loops across the wing. And I'm really just letting that icing fall onto the cookie. Now, if you are new to cookie decorating and piping loops feels a little bit intimidating, it's okay to simplify the design. You could always just pipe a line instead of these whimsical loops, and that would still look really cute and super delicious. So it's okay to tailor the design to what you're comfortable doing if you are just getting started with cookie decorating. Now the back of our turkey has these little scallops, And I actually felt that it was easier to start with the outside color first and work my way in. So also in your cookie decorating guide, that download that you can grab from Craftsy, it does have a icing color guide just to show you what icing colors are used on this cookie platter. So I'm going to start adding these details using the gold icing. And I'm just going to, again, work my way around the outside of this cookie shape, adding those scallops. And this is just kind of fun. You could also add these details if you wanted to while the cookies were still wet, as like a wet on wet. And I'm going to show you how to do that with the feather in just a minute. So that's our gold icing. Then I'm going to add our orange. And again, I'm just working those scallops around. Now, one of the nice things about this platter is with the wings included, it is 13 cookies. So it takes a baker's dozen to make this cute cookie platter, which would be great if you're doing cookies as a little side hustle. It makes a great set that you could offer to your customers, or if you're making cookies for a family or friend gathering, it's a nice size platter for that as well. All right, so we have our little scallops in there. I did want to make a little note about this red color. This is actually the tulip red, and it has a lot of orange undertones. And I really love this color for fall, Thanksgiving, and holiday projects.
Can I interject here for just a moment? We've got a question.
Yeah.
Perfect. We have a couple that I'm hanging on to, but one is pretty specific to what you've been showing us. So this one comes from Marcia, and I know you've given a few tips about how you keep your hand steady, but Marcia's specifically asking, what is the secret for a steady hand while decorating? So do you want to talk a little bit more about how you keep your hand and arm perhaps steady while you're piping those lines?
Yeah, a lot of times I find I'm leaning this part of my hand on the edge of the table, which steadies me. And then as I'm holding that piping bag, I just keep that finger on my coupler, and it kind of counterbalances me. So that's a good start. I always like to keep my body centered and comfortable in front of my cookies, and that helps keep me steady. And one thing that I did when I was a new decorator is I loved to do piping practice sheets. And again, with my Celebrate with Cookies class on Craftsy, it does come with a piping practice sheet. This is a sheet that you can just print and pipe on and practice lines. And just that repetition of piping lines will really help, that muscle memory and just kind of steady out those lines as you continue to practice. So I hope those tips help steady out those lines. It takes a little practice.
I'm going to add one more detail on. I notice you're seated, but is there a preference, standing or seated, for anybody that's struggling with hand steadiness?
I typically do sit while I'm decorating. I think it's a personal preference.
Mm-hmm.
And with anything, when you're starting a new hobby or a new craft, I suggest trying it one or two different ways, trying one or two different recipes and seeing what's really comfortable for you and what works for you. But there's definitely people that stand while they decorate. I'm just a really tall person. So, decorating, if I'm standing, I'm kind of like hunching over. I would need like a tall table. So, but yeah, you can stand and decorate. I know a lot of cake decorators do that.
All right, thank you. And for everybody watching, if you weren't here at the top of the hour, please put your comments, questions into the chat box. I'll be keeping an eye, gathering them up for other pauses. Again, I'm hanging on to a few more general questions, Anne, for the end of our demonstration today. But anything that you have as you're watching, that you have a question for Anne as she's taking us through, I'll try to jump in and ask Anne so that we can talk about it right in the moment. All right, back to you, Anne.
Okay, that sounds great. So far, we've reviewed our icing consistencies, and I showed you two basic techniques, which is the piping the outside of the cookie flooding in, so piping and flooding, and then piping some of the details on the little mini wing and the back of the cookie. I want to show you one other really common technique, which is called a wet on wet technique. We're actually going to do some wet on wet stripes on the feather of our turkey. So if you see this feather, I just pulled one off of the platter here. It has a nice flat surface and it has these stripes, but if you look at the cookie, those stripes aren't raised up. They've actually melted down into the cookie. And I did one here where I ran my scribe through the stripes. I actually like the straight stripes better. So that's what I'm going to show you today. And I'm going to do my leaf in the orange. And so again, I'm going to outline the cookie and I have my finger on the coupler and I'm just going to start at the point and bring that icing down around the side of the cookie. And then I'm going to go back up, touch at the point again, and bring my outline around the other side. So now our cookie is outlined, and I'm going to need my, my orange and my brown and my white. Now the key to a wet on wet technique is using our flood icing, okay, because they're the same consistencies and it's going to melt down to create that nice flat surface. So you could even add, you know, names of your friends or family members on that flat surface or things that you're thankful for. So having that nice flat surface, it just gives a clean look to the cookie and also gives you room to add some details. So let me show you how I like to trim my icing bags. I have my full icing bag here and there is a little seam on the bag. I want to try to keep that opening nice and round. So I just have that seam side up and then I flatten out the tip and give a slight little trim. And I find these small kid scissors from the school supplies aisle work better than a large full-size scissors. So now I'm generously flooding in that leaf or feather in this case. And I'm just giving a good squeeze as I work my way up to the tip. Now, if you, this cookie platter is fun to do with children. If you are decorating with really young children, sometimes it's helpful to just outline the cookie for them first, and then they can do the flooding in. It's almost like coloring for them. And so decorating with kids can be lots of fun, but with really young kids, sometimes it's helpful to do the outline for them. All right, now I'm ready to add the lines. So again, I'm using my flood icing and I'm going to add these lines while that background, while this base layer is still wet. And this icing is just going to melt down and create a little flat layer. So there's our little line of brown. And then I'm going to add the 2 lines of white. And you can see that icing is already sort of, I can say, melting into that background color to create that nice flat surface. So those lines aren't going to be raised up. They're just nice and flat. And I did these turkey wings in the gold, the orange, and the tulip red. But if you're looking to save time, you could do your turkey wings or your turkey feathers, pardon me, in just one color to simplify your color palette. So, okay, so that's our turkey feather. Let's take a look at the star of the show, the turkey himself. And I'm going to bring that little body into our workspace here. Now this guy, he has a little bit more details. This is sort of the feature cookie on the platter. So I'm gonna get our cookie outlined and I'm using my light brown piping icing with tip number 2. And I'm just adding that outline to the edge of the cookie. It's like a wall that's just going to hold that flood icing back from sliding off the side of the cookie. Now I'm going to bump that flood icing right against the outline. And then I'll wiggle in with the rest of the flood. Now, I do like to be generous with my icing because it gives a nice finish to the icing when all is done. It looks raised up and you don't see any divots or dips in the surface of the icing. So sometimes if you don't add enough icing, the surface of your cookie or the icing can look bumpy. So I flood until I don't see any cookie showing, and I find that that gives me then that nice finish to the surface of the cookie. So once you have that body flooded in, you're ready to add the details. And I'm going to start with the eyes first. Now, these eyes are fun. And again, if this eye style is a little bit too complicated, it's okay to just use 2 little black dots. So you can simplify faces to be in your comfort zone if you are just getting started with cookie decorating. There's nothing wrong with a simple face, but I'm going to show you how to make these eyes. These are another wet on wet icing technique. So again, I'm going to be using that flood icing, and I need my white and my black to create this eye. And I'm going to, my eyes, these were created with 2 dots, but I kept them really close so they kind of bumped together. And to make this look a little silly and whimsical, I did make one of the eyes look bigger than the other. Now, when you're adding these eyes, they can definitely start to spread out. So you can plan to add them a little smaller than you think you need to. And they will continue to spread out and widen as that flow sort of settles down. So that is the base of the eye. Again, this is using my white flood icing. Now I'll add a dot of the black on the white. Again, I'm using the flood icing so that this detail stays nice and flat. We don't want the eye to look bulgy. And if you use piping icing, it's not going to float flat like that. And then if you really want to bring this little turkey to life, you can add a tiny little dot of white in the corner of the black as a little catch light. And I always think that makes the eye look a little bit more lively. So again, this is a little bit of an elevated eye. And if you want to keep your eye simple by just using black icing, you definitely can do so. Now the beak on the turkey, yes.
It's a timing question, so I want to slide it in here.
Okay, let's slide it in.
The layers of the turkey icing, how long do you wait between each of these layers when you're adding to, so you flooded the turkey body, how long did you wait before you started to add these details in real life? Obviously, it was very
and I usually wait at least an hour before adding the details because it does take a while for the moisture to leave the royal icing and for it to set up. Now I do put the cookies in front of the fan. That fast moving air does wonders for icing. It really helps it to set up faster and it adds a nice shine. So if you have a clean floor fan, you can clean your fan and put that in front of your cookies as they're drying. That really does make a big difference in the finish of the icing. But yes, about an hour. If you push it and do it earlier, you could run into some problems. Your icing tips, these little metal things, they could poke through the surface of your base layer and create holes, which is never ideal, or the icing colors could leach into each other and bleed. So you could see like fuzzy colors if you're putting white, excuse me, on a dark background. The white will pull some of that darkness if that icing isn't really set up yet. So about an hour is what I wait to do the details. And I usually find the amount of time that it takes to pipe and flood the cookies, I go through that process of outlining all of the cookies and flooding the cookies. By the time I've flooded in that last cookie, the first cookie, about an hour has passed. And so I can start adding the details. So there really isn't a ton of downtime when you're decorating. It's kind of like a flow or a process. First you outline, then you flood, then you add the details. So it does have a nice flow to it. You're not doing one cookie individually like, like we're doing right here. So
and then
I hope that.
to add on, but take us in the other direction, Lulu wanted to ask, how much time do you have when you're adding the wet stripes? So when you're adding that into the flood, how much time do you have before it's too late?
I would say, 2 minutes. You kind of really want to get in there and get those stripes on there. If you find that your stripes are not melting in, let's see, let me get that wet one back in front of here. So these have now melted flat. This is the one. You can always do this with your cookie and just give it a nice shake, and that will really help to settle the icing. So if, again, you're new to cookie decorating, you're really taking your time and paying attention and doing your best, and that's great. So don't feel too panicked. You can always settle the icing. Don't rush yourself when you're decorating. So
all right, I'll hang on to the other questions that we have for another breaking point and let you move on to our next step.
Okay, that sounds great. Let's add the rest of the turkey face to the cookie. So we just added the eyes. This is a wet on wet. We used flood icing for the white and then black flood icing to add the details on the eyes. I'm going to actually switch tips. So I had tip number 2 on my orange to do my outlines and my details, but now I'm going to switch down to a number 352, and it has a little notch or a V cut into that tip. This tip is typically used for leaves, okay? But it also makes a perfect little triangle for the beak on the turkey. So I have the V, it is now to the side, and these points are kind of vertical, and that will give me the right shape as I bump that beak right against those eyes and just pull out that beak on the cookie. All right, so now you can see it has a nice triangle shape. That's a quick way to pipe that detail. And now I want to add our little what is this called? The waddle. I always forget what the snood. Yes, turkey anatomy 101 also, cookie decorating and turkey anatomy. The snood onto this turkey. So I'm just using that red icing, and it's almost like a little teardrop as I pull that up and around across that beak. Now this guy is almost done. I'm gonna use my gold piping icing to add some toes onto the bottom of the turkey. And that is just a fun little pop of color. And then I'm going to use the dark brown to add a little feather detail up here at the top of the head. And those are just 3 little teardrops of icing. And then again with the loops across the body, this just makes this turkey look nice and whimsical. And I did 3 on the top, and I'll do 4 on the bottom. Again, if loops make you feel nervous, it's okay to simplify and just pipe lines across the turkey for that feather detail. That wouldn't be a problem. Now this guy is almost done. If you really want to take this turkey to the next level, you can use this carnation pink. It's a food color dust. So it is from Crystal Colors, and it's just, it's not a gel food color, it is a dust food color. And I'm using a round brush just to blush those turkeys' cheeks. And that just gives that turkey a really cute little extra detail. So again, that's optional, but I always think those blush cheeks are so much fun. So again, that is just an edible food color dust that you can use to embellish your cookies. All right, so now in your decorating guide, I do share a packaging tip as well. So I show this turkey platter in a white window cookie box, and I just noted in that guide that it is a 12-inch window box. I found this one on BRP Box Shop. So that's one place that you can find these 12-inch window boxes that work great for cookie platters, but there's probably other sources out there as well for packaging these cookies. And I think that that cookie platter would make a really nice gift for if you're going to a Thanksgiving dinner and you're bringing a hostess gift. Bringing that box of cookies would be so much fun. But I did also prepare one other way that you can present these cookies. And I'm just going to bring my little cookie platter back into, now charcuterie boards are lots of fun, and I am definitely a big fan of charcuterie boards, but I am a really big fan of dessert style charcuterie boards. So I found this white board, actually I believe at Walmart, but I'm sure you can find these style of boards at many of local stores that you have near you. And I've arranged my turkey platter around the base of this board. I did put a piece of parchment across the board just to keep the cookies sitting on the parchment paper. I think it's better for the cookies. I don't know what's in this paint. I don't really want it touching the cookies. And I also don't want to leave butter marks on this cute little board. And I'll have to show you my little secret that's keeping the bottom of my turkey in place. It's a little rocher. So I just have that hiding under there. You could use stacked cookies under there as well. But that just keeps that propped up and from tipping over. So now I've found lots of fun little treats, and these all have really pretty Thanksgiving colors that kind of go with our color palette with our turkey project. So I have a little bowl of, these are English toffee peanut M&Ms, and I just love the colors of those. I have some peanut brittle as well. And of course, these colors of Reese's Pieces just work perfectly. I have the rest of my rocher that I can just tuck in here. And I love using all these little prepackaged treats because you just spend so much time making your decorated cookies. It's kind of nice just to add in some other things that are easy to grab. Now, these are a family favorite. These chocolate covered Biscoff, they're super delicious. And then I found some football shaped Reese's peanut butter cups. And, you know, if your family's watching football, they can grab a cookie and a Reese's peanut butter cup. And it might not even be a bad idea to have a little treat bag in case your guests eat too much turkey. They can grab some cookies and candy and pop it in a bag and take a treat home with us. So this platter just works really well with all these little fall colored treats wrapped around it. I'm Ann Yorks from the Flower Box, and today I'm going to show you how to make a really cute hot cocoa mug with marshmallows. Today we're going to learn about stenciling. We're going to learn about wet on wet icing techniques. So let's get started. Today we're making this really cute hot cocoa mug with these 3 little marshmallows sticking out. And we're going to kick off the design by using a template. Now this template you can find on flowerbox.com on the mug cookie cutter page, and you can download it. I've printed out the template and then I've cut out the little marshmallows so that I can trace those areas onto my cookie to make it easy to pipe this design. So I have a yellow food marker. This is made out of food coloring, so it's safe to eat. And I'm just going to trace those marshmallows onto the mug, and I'm going to generally kind of freehand and section off the hot cocoa area. Now, if you don't have a food marker, you could use a boo-boo stick to scratch lines into the cookie so that you still have a guide for your piping. Today I'm going to use royal icing for the decorating, and I'm using it in both the piping and the flooding consistency. So the piping icing, I'm using tip number 2 on my bag for my outlines, and the piping consistency is what I use for the outlines and the details. So I'm going to start outlining this cookie using my white icing, and that 3rd marshmallow just needs to be peeking up in the background. Once I have the marshmallows outlined, I'm going to use my red piping icing with tip number 2, and I'll outline the mug. Notice that I'm not dragging the tip across the surface of the cookie. I'm really just letting that icing fall onto the cookie. That gives me a nice tall outline to hold back my flood icing. So now that I have my mug and marshmallows outlined, I'm ready to flood in the mug and the top marshmallow. And this mug has polka dots. These are wet on wet polka dots. And what that means is we're going to use our flood icing. This is a thinner icing consistency of royal icing. We're going to flood that onto the cookie surface. And while that base icing is still wet, I will come back in with white flood icing and add those dots. And because we're going to be adding the dots while the icing is still wet, the white dots will melt down into the red icing to create a really cute polka dot design, but our icing surface will be flat. They'll kind of melt together. I'm always very generous with my flood icing. I don't leave any cookies showing because it gives the cookie design a nice full look once it's drying. So now that I have my red base flooded in, I'm going to use my white flood icing, and I'm going to just drop dots onto that red icing. And because these icing consistencies match, those white dots will melt into the background to create that really interesting pattern. Now, one thing that's cool about this cookie design is these marshmallows look individual. And the reason they have those little definition lines in there is because we're going to flood these marshmallows and let them dry before we flood a neighboring icing area. So I'll start with that marshmallow in the back and let this cookie dry. And once that cookie has a chance to dry, I'm going to flood in the marshmallow on the left. Now these little icing areas, you can allow about 30 minutes of dry time, and I put my cookies in front of a fan to speed up the drying. For a big icing area like the mug, I usually allow, especially since we're going to be stenciling, for just regular pipe details, you could pipe details on that cookie after an hour, but because we're stenciling on this cookie, that mug really needs to dry for 6 hours before you come back to stencil it. All right, we're almost done with our marshmallows. I'm going to flood in the third marshmallow again generously. And this needs to dry one more time just to see those 3 individual icing areas. Now I'm ready to add our hot cocoa. So up to this point, we've been using the piping icing and the flooding icing, and you can find the recipe for my royal icing in the Craftsy handout for this tutorial. But today we're going to be using a 20-second icing for the hot cocoa. And this is a medium icing consistency. It's in between the piping and the flooding. So it's thinner than the piping, but it's thicker than the flooding. And it gets its name because when you have a bowl of 20-second icing, when you pull your spatula through that bowl of icing, it should take about 20 seconds for that line to flow closed and disappear. But you can see this icing is great for small icing areas because you don't need to outline and flood such a small area, and because of the icing consistency, it's really just going to hold its shape in there. Now we'll let that hot cocoa dry, and we'll let the whole design dry before we stencil. Now remember, I suggest about 6 hours before stenciling on the surface of the cookie because we're going to be putting pressure. You don't want to press right through that cookie. Now to do the stenciling, I have a cookie stencil and an icing scraper, and stenciling is a great way to add a quick and precise text or image or pattern to a cookie. So I'm going to take some of my white piping icing, and the thicker the better. The thicker icing will hold its shape, and squeeze that icing onto my scraper. And now I'm ready to stencil the cookie. I have my stencil in place. It looks pretty centered on the mug, and I'm just holding it in place with my thumb, and I'm going to carefully run that icing over the stencil just to make sure I completely cover all of those words. Then I'll do one more pass just to remove the excess icing. And once I have that message completely stenciled, I'm ready to just gently peel back that stencil to reveal the words. Now stenciling can be really quick, and I have an extra, not a cookie, this is just a practice cookie here, just to show you that you can reuse that stencil multiple times. And sometimes I find I can reuse my stencils up to 12 times before I feel like I need to clean the stencil. So there's a second use. Here's a third use. So you can just keep going on your cookies as you're decorating, just go down the line. And it's just a much quicker way to add that message onto the cookies versus having to pipe all those letters. So now that we have the stenciling on there, we're going to finish off our cookie with some cute little faces on these marshmallows, a piped line, and some fun sprinkles. So let's start with the marshmallows. Because these little faces are so small, I have another food marker, and you can use black piping icing if that's what you have and you don't have a marker. But I like these food markers because they create such small little face details, and these are really small icing areas. So just keeping it simple here, 2 eyes and a smile on the marshmallows. And then we're going to add some rosy cheeks. I have some carnation pink dust, and this dust is
FDA approved edible, so it's made out of edible ingredients, and I have a Wilton food safe brush, and I just dip my brush into that dust, and then I'll rub my brush in a circular motion onto the mug, or onto those little marshmallow faces, and blush those cheeks. It's such a simple way to really bring this cookie to life. And there you go, you have your cute little blush cheeks. Now we're almost done. I'm going to add a red piped line. Again, I'm using tip number 2 on my piping bag. And I'm going to add 4 gold stars. Since the mug message is merry and bright, we're going to add a little sparkle to this mug cookie design. So I've added 4 little dots of icing. I have these really fun gold stars. These are Wilton sprinkles. You can buy these in little pouches. And I have a pair of craft tweezers, and I'm just going to drop those stars onto the little red dots of icing. That royal icing is almost like glue, and it'll just hold those stars in place. So I find it's easier to put the dots down first and then touch the sprinkles down on top. Now we went through this cookie pretty quickly because I had all of the cookies in their drying stages, but generally a cookie like this, if you added up all of the active time, you're probably looking at about 8 minutes a cookie. However, the decorating phases are broken up because there's lots of drying in between, and so there's inactive time. And so it's going to vary a little bit, but one thing that I love about cookie decorating is that you can take breaks and come back to it. So typically I'll decorate outlining and flooding in the morning, and then I'll come back and add those details in the afternoon. Overall, I usually plan for about an hour for that base icing to dry before I add the details, but on this particular cookie, since we're using this stencil, I do suggest allowing 6 hours of dry time, and then I'll let the cookie fully dry overnight, about 18 hours before I'll pack it into a treat bag. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed learning how to make this cute hot cocoa mug. Happy decorating!
Hello, cookie artists. We have reached the midpoint of our Royal Icing Masterclass, and we hope you've learned a new trick or two. If you're just tuning in, welcome aboard. There is still plenty of thrilling cookie decorating waiting for you today. Now, during this time, I want to remind everyone of some housekeeping items. First, use the public chat below this video player to get the conversation going. Take a moment and introduce yourself. Let us know where you're viewing from right now. And of course, engaging in the chat will make this event more interactive and fun. And you never know, you might just meet a new baking buddy. Next, make sure to download the free guide for this event. The guide will give you recipes and step-by-step instructions for all of the cookies that you will see today. You can find the link below in the video description or in the chat. And finally, as a friendly reminder, today's event is being recorded and you can watch on demand after the live stream ends right here on this page. All right, let's dive right back into the sweet action.
My name is Ann Yorks. I'm the owner of the Flower Box, and I'm decorating here in my cookie studio in central Pennsylvania. Where are you from? Go ahead and put it in the chat. And we are going to be decorating these cookies. I'm going to give you some tips today on how to bake such a large cookie. I also have some presentation ideas for you. We're going to go over all of it today. I do want to mention that on this page, you can also find the download with some step-by-step photos the cookie recipe, the icing recipe, everything that you need to learn how to make these cookies, you can get this free printable guide. So I'm excited to share that with you. Hey, Katie. Hey, Sandra. So glad you are joining us now. If you have questions while I am decorating, go ahead and put them in the chat. I would love to answer your questions about baking and decorating. This is the season that we all love to decorate cookies. So I would love to help you out. Now, I love decorating gingerbread cookies. Like I mentioned, this guy is huge. He is 8.5 inches tall, but I also like these little itty bitty ones too. I have this gigantic gingerbread, and that guy, you can just see his feet. He hangs in the cookie studio all the time. He's quite a big cookie cutter. I don't know. There's a picture of me with that cookie cutter. I'm a huge fan of gingerbread, if you can't tell. So to bake these cookies, you might be wondering just how to use this cookie, how to bake this cookie, why such a large cookie. The canvas is so much fun to make this cookie, and I have a couple other examples to show you. One of the things that I love about this project is, unlike a gingerbread house, there is no assembly required. So once you decorate this guy, he is good to go. You don't need to worry about walls falling down or any of that stuff. I do have some tips about baking this large cookie, but I definitely recommend that you bake this cookie separate from any mini sized cookies. So the difference in size, these cookies really are going to bake at a different rate. So I recommend not baking a very jumbo cookie next to a very small cookie. I was able to fit about 3 of these large cookies on 1/2 sheet. And with a single batch of dough, these notes are in your decorating guide, you can make 3 to 4 of these jumbo cookies. So if you're hosting a cookie party and you want enough cookies for everybody at the party, you might need to make a double batch of dough if you need 6 to 8 of these. We just had a huge cookie party, and it was so much fun. Decorating. Everybody had a blast with these sprinkles. So let's take a look at these sprinkles. I have this sprinkle mix. You can find tons of sprinkle options at the store, online, all those things. But I do particularly like this sprinkle mix because it has these green swirlies. It also has some little gingerbreads, and we're going to be using those large green swirlies today. I also have a couple other examples where we're using some of these other colorful sprinkles. I'll show you those. So when you're baking this large cookie, you just want to be careful not to bake it next to a small. Keep in mind that with a single batch of dough, you can make 3 to 4 of these size cookies. One of the steps of your decorating process might be to trace that cookie cutter and plan out your design. This is especially fun if you're decorating with children. They will have a chance to think through how they want to decorate their cookie. I also like that since this is such a large cookie, breaking it up into different icing areas will really make the decorating process more fun. So as you can see, I put this polka dot sweater on my cookie, and it really helped me to break up, instead of having one huge brown cookie, to have these different icing areas. So tracing that cookie and sketching it out could be a lot of fun. Here's another version of that. So just have fun with the planning. The sketch will also help you figure out your icing colors. So in that guide, I give you an indicator of what icing colors I'm using on this particular design. But when you sketch it out, if you're going to come up with your own creative design, sketching really helps you think through those icing colors. Today, we're going to be using the icing in a piping and flooding icing consistency. So on my piping bags, I have a tip number 2. That's what we're going to use for our outlines and details. And that icing is thicker because we want it to hold its shape. We are also going to be using this thinner flooding icing in the icing bag. That's what we're going to use to flood onto the surface of the cookie to create that nice flat surface so that we can add details and decorate once that layer has a chance to dry. Now, if you are new to royal icing, the icing that I'm using today, again, you can find that recipe in the handout. Just click on the link in the chat or on this page, and you can get the link to both the cookie and the icing recipe. So when I'm decorating with royal icing, I do like to use a pipe and flood decorating method. So what that means is I'm going to outline the cookie first with my piping icing, and then I'm going to flood in those different icing areas. So I'm using that same recipe in 2 different icing consistencies. When you're getting started, if you're new to decorating, feel free to download that guide that shows you kind of the order of how things are outlined in flood. Sometimes just seeing the order of operations can be really super helpful. When I'm holding my icing bag, I have it in the palm of my hand, and I typically keep one finger on the coupler to steady out my piping. So let's go ahead and jump into some of the outlining and flooding. We're going to get started. Diana asks, this is such a great question. It looks like this recipe is actually a sugar cookie. Can it be done with gingerbread instead? Absolutely. There are tons of gingerbread cookie recipes out there. Actually, Craftsy has a gingerbread house class taught by Stephanie Kappel from the Hungry Hippopotamus, and she provides a gingerbread recipe with that class as well. So you can have fun with the recipes. I personally love vanilla, can't help it. And so my sugar cookie recipe is what I'm using to decorate this. But definitely, if you want to use the gingerbread recipe, go ahead and do so. All right, so I'm going to start with my outlines, and I'm going to start with my sweater first. So I have this collar, I have some cuffs on the sleeve, a little hem there, and using that piping icing, I'm just going to start outlining. Notice I'm just letting that icing fall onto the surface of the cookie. That gives me a nice round tall barrier for when we go ahead and flood in those icing areas. So there's the collar on my sweater. I'm going to add the cuff on the sleeve. Now I prefer to use tip number 2 when I'm doing my outlines and many of my details. I like the size of the outline. Now I don't know if you can see this, but I just had a little icing pop. There was a little air bubble in my icing bag. Don't panic about that. You can just go ahead and patch that up. Just wiggle your tip in there and fix any little mistakes. Once you flood in that cookie, you won't even see that that happens. So don't get too worked up. If you're new to cookie decorating and little things like that happen, you can easily go ahead and fix it. If it's a pretty significant thing that you're not sure you can fix, there are tools like these boo-boo sticks. They have a flat end, and you can just scrape those off. That can really help with just scraping off and starting over, and it is not wrong to do that. So all right, so now that we have those turquoise icing areas on there, I'm going to go back in with my red piping icing and finish off the sweater outline. And if you ever have just a little dry icing in the tip, you can just wiggle your scribe in there and clean that out. So I want to close off these icing areas. We want a little barrier so that when we flood in, these lines really hold back that flood icing. So I'm going to close off this sweater with a piped line and just bring that down. Now, red icing can be a tricky icing color to make, to get it to the red. So I am using a food gel, and there's lots of different brands out there. For this particular red, I'm using Christmas Red from Chef Master, but you can find lots of good options. The gels are highly concentrated, and they really help to develop that color quickly without having to add too much food color to it. I do also recommend making that color the day before you decorate if possible. Not only does it break up the work, but the color will bloom with time. And so it will deepen over time. Plus your color will also darken as that icing darkens. So when you're looking to make a nice vibrant red or even a black to do your Christmas cookies, consider using a gel. They're more concentrated. And also consider mixing your icing the day before you decorate. It will break up the decorating process and it will allow those icing colors to deepen in color, which is kind of nice. Now, as I work my way around just outlining this cookie, I'm just letting that icing fall into place. Notice when I get to a point like right here where the foot meets the leg, I will touch down and drop an icing anchor. That will just allow me to move my piping bag in a new direction. I'm going to just close off and outline our final, whoop, had a little icing pop there, and it happens to the best of us. There is no panic needed though. I'm just going to scrape that off with that little tool. And I'm just going to touch my icing bag right up against where I left off and keep piping around his head. So those things do happen. If you notice, there is a little bit of a seam in that area. I'm just gonna turn him so he's facing me. I'm just gonna bump that in so that it's a more rounded look. Just using the tip of my bag. So now our first step of decorating this cookie is complete. We've outlined the sweater and his arms and legs and his head, and we're ready for the next step, which is going to be flooding the different sections in. So royal icing, as I mentioned, we're using in 2 different consistencies, and this flooding consistency has a flow to it, and I would compare it to like a honey consistency. So it's not like watery, but it's not super thick. You want it to self-level when it's on the surface of the cookie so that you get that nice flat surface. It does take a little bit of time for that icing to dry or set up or get a crust on it before you can start adding the details. So I'm going to start the flooding process, but before today's live demo, I did prep some step outs of these cookies in each stage. So I'm going to flood this cookie till we get here, then I'll flood, and then we'll do our details. So there is drying time that is required for using the royal icing. Now, when I flood in, I really like to be generous with the flood. I just find that that gives the best finish or the best look to that icing. So I take my flood icing and I almost outline that icing area with the flood. It gives me a nice, clean look to the edge of the cookie when I flood in this manner. Once I have that outlined, I'm ready to flood in nice and generously. I'm giving a good squeeze on my icing bag, and I'm just letting that icing flow onto the surface of this cookie. Now, if you are new to cookie decorating, I do have a class on Craftsy.com. It's called Celebrate with Cookies. This class is awesome for beginners. And there is a great icing overview that happens. I cover lots of techniques like the one I'm going to show you today called wet on wet. So while this red icing is still nice and very wet, we're going to add these little polka dots, this pattern. This is called wet on wet because we're adding the detail while the icing is still wet. I'm also using the turquoise flood icing.
that will allow these dots to melt down into that red and create that beautiful flat pattern so that we can add those details once this area has a chance to dry. So I'm just adding those dots in, filling in that space. And you can see as time passes, those dots are settling. So these are already flat and those are settling down. So Cassandra asks, if we're decorating with kids, would you recommend we flood the whole cookie and leave them to just decorate, thinking the kids probably won't wait for drying time? So Cassandra, it's really going to depend on the age of the children that you're decorating with. I've decorated with lots of kids from age 2 and 3 all the way up to teenagers. And sometimes what I have found with the younger kids is if you outline the cookie for them, they can do the flooding in, because it's almost like a coloring book when they're flowing that icing into those different icing areas. If you're decorating with elementary age kids or teenagers, I think they can probably do the full process, but maybe you want to have some snacks for them to enjoy while they let some of their icing dry, or maybe even have some games. We've played relay games while cookies were drying, Christmas trivia. We do fun games called Guess the Cookie Cutter if you have a bunch of cookie cutters. So there are ways to kind of pass the time if you're doing it as a party. If you're doing multiple designs, let's say you have one large feature gingerbread cookie for your kids, and then maybe a smaller candy cane cookie and a Christmas ornament. When they start one cookie, as they're working on the next, the icing on the first cookie is setting up. Typically, by the time they get back to that first cookie, the icing is kind of ready to go, if that makes sense. So you decide on the age, what's appropriate for your kids to be decorating, but you might be amazed at how capable they are, how messy they are. You have to kind of let that go, but also how creative they are. It's a super fun holiday tradition that we have in our family. So I hope that helps as you plan your cookie party. So I have my cookie sweater on here, and typically I don't like to flood in an icing neighbor because it can bleed the blue into the red and cause some blurriness between those icing areas, or just some color bleeding. You might see the red seeping into the blue. So I do like to skip over the neighbor and flood the next icing area over. And I'm going to go ahead and flood in all of these brown sections because I have the collar, the cuffs, the hem. Those are all going to prevent the red from touching the brown. Now, as I'm flooding in, again, I'm being very generous with that icing. If you don't add enough icing, if you kind of flood it in like this and have lots of cookies showing and you're kind of scraping the icing into place like that, it's going to be very time consuming. Plus, you probably see bumps in the surface of your icing once you're already done. So definitely flow in. I typically don't leave too much cookie showing when I'm flooding in. Just flood in this little hand on this side. Now, if you are looking for tips on icing colors, that guide that you can click on the link in today's chat will also have a materials list just stating what items I'm using to decorate these cookies. And there is an icing guide showing the colors that I have used to create these cookies. And that should help as you prep for your own decorating event. Now that flooding is very relaxing, lots of fun. So just enjoy the process and don't feel rushed as you're
creating your cookies and having fun. There's always lots of chatter happening around the table. So at this point, I will set this cookie to the side, and I'm going to bring in the cookie that I've already prepared. Having all these large cookies in front of me is making me really, really hungry for a cookie. Oh, Trish, I love that you enjoyed doing gingerbread cookies, or biscuits, as you call them, when you were younger. I'm so glad you're joining us for the demo. Yes, lots of holiday memories. I know I got my cookie start decorating cookies with my mom in the kitchen every holiday. So now these icing areas have had a chance to dry. I can gently touch on them. I flooded these 2 hours ago as I was getting ready for the class. You can usually see if your icing is set up. If it's still looking a little tacky, give it a little bit more time before you jump in, because you don't want to accidentally stick your finger into the fresh icing and put a dent into the design. Hey, Susan, glad you can join us from Illinois. Welcome. All right, so notice I'm just flooding in this turquoise icing. I love the combination of red and turquoise at the holiday season. It has lots of pop to it, and it's a little bit of a variation from the traditional red and green. So I'm just getting this little icing area all the way filled in. Once you've flooded in that icing, sometimes it's helpful in these smaller icing areas. I'm just going to wipe off the tip of my scribe. In these smaller icing areas, to just kind of tap that icing into place. Now, I have my fancy little Christmas tree scribe because I'm a regular decorator. But if you just decorate occasionally, a toothpick will do all the same tasks that the scribe will do. So there isn't any pressure to rush out and invest in a bunch of extra things. There are lots of things within your kitchen that you can already use. Now, one ingredient that you might not regularly have on hand that is found in the royal icing is called meringue powder. Meringue powder is an egg white substitute. It also has some cream of tartar in it to stabilize your icing and a little bit of a vanilla flavor to it. You can find meringue powder online on websites like flowerbox.com. You can find them at craft stores as well in the baking aisle, but that ingredient is an essential ingredient that makes this icing dry like a candy and really allows us to add those details. So Carly asked, should we put the sprinkles on the frosting before it dries? Would it wrinkle? You can actually do that either way, Carly. So you can put the sprinkle on now while this icing is wet. This is the one that I just flooded in. So I have that little swirly sprinkle, and you can just drop that onto the wet icing and it will adhere to the wet icing and just kind of stay in place. You can also take your sprinkle and add a little dot of icing on the back, and that icing acts as a glue, and you can glue that onto your cookie as well. So sometimes it's easier to drop it on when it's red. That's typically when it's wet, sorry, not red or red. But you can also glue on sprinkles as well. I did use some regular sprinkles on this girl gingerbread, and you can see on the hem of her dress, I had a lot of fun with the details. I used a star tip 18 which created that fun texture. And then I added those rainbow sprinkles, and I added those, Carly, while that icing was still wet. Same with this little, I don't know if you can see, but I put a little gingerbread man sprinkle on her bow. That was part of this sprinkle set. So I was just having fun exploring with these different sprinkles. And again, I did put that on while it was wet, and it didn't, you don't have to worry about it cracking that icing or wrinkle it. So I hope that answers your questions. But if you guys have more questions about decorating, baking, or even sprinkles, let me know. I'll answer them as they come in. All right, so now once all of these icing areas are flooded in, I feel like this is where the fun really starts to begin, because the details, you can just have so much fun with them. With our gingerbread, you can do wavy lines. I have some loops on here. I showed you the little gingerbread girl that had the rainbow sparkles with the fancy hem on her dress. I also have a large gingerbread boy where I did some wavy lines and I added sprinkles onto those details, just with some loops for his hair. And he just looks so cute next to these little mini versions. That just cracks me up, the size difference. So you can have lots of fun with these details. And that's also where sketching out your plan can kind of help you think through before you jump onto the cookie surface. Now, there is a question in the chat from Malou. How do you keep the royal icing dry in high humidity environments? If it's possible, I recommend decorating in an air-conditioned environment. So if you have access to air conditioning, that does really help with reducing the humidity in the room. If you can run a dehumidifier, I do run a dehumidifier in my cookie studio in the summer months here in Pennsylvania. It can get quite humid, and so I find that the dehumidifier is just whisking the moisture out of the air. I also use a fan, and I'll show you. I have a little tabletop version here next to me that is blowing over the cookies. I have a large floor fan in front of my bakery rack, and using a fan will really speed up the drying on the cookies, and it will also leave behind a really nice shine. So it's not wrong to let your icing dry naturally if you're just having a cookie party, you're an occasional decorator. But if you're wondering how to get that really pretty shine, can you see that shine to the icing there? That is really created by drying that cookie in front of the fan. So if you're able to use air conditioning, use a dehumidifier, or use a fan, that will really help if you are working in a high humidity environment. So yeah, royal icing and humidity are not always good friends. Okay, so now I'm going to add some of these details, and I'm going to add them using both my piping icing and also some flooding icing. So I have some pink icing here for the cheeks. I have some white icing for the little icing squiggles I'm going to do. So let's go ahead. I'm going to start actually with the icing squiggles, and I didn't feel like I wanted this to be super symmetrical. I wanted to make it have a whimsical look to it, so I didn't keep it as even as I kept the arms and the legs. But I'm just going to go across with that white icing, and I'm just going to go up and down. And I have actually flooding icing in this bag because I like this, because it's such a large cookie, I like seeing just sort of that soft, rounded look to the icing instead of a chunkier look
that you would get using the piping icing. So now I have the little icing stripe across the top. I'm going to add the little squiggle going across the arms. Which is super fun. And if you need to thicken it up a little bit, you can always go back in, just run another line right in there while the icing is still wet. Once it sets up, you can't do that. So there is a window for getting that done. And then I'm going to add that squiggle down at the feet. And that is just so cute. We already have all those classic gingerbread vibes going on once you add those white squiggles. Now let me show you how to add these eyes. These eyes I'm adding also with that flooding icing. So if you remember that flooding icing, it's just the thinner icing that we use for flooding in, but it's also great when you want nice rounded details like eyes or these rosy cheeks. You don't want a peak coming off of that detail. So these eyes have lots of life in them. It's a nice large black dot, and then I'm going to add 2 little white dots for the catch light in the eye. That really just brings this gingerbread to life. Now I haven't shown this yet because my bags were already open, but this bag has not been trimmed yet. When I trim my icing bags, I like to keep that seam side up. I will put my pointer finger under the tip, rest my scissors on there, and just give a gentle snip. I love to keep those openings nice and small. It gives me lots of control over the flow of the icing on the bags that don't have the tip. So I'm going to add these black eyes using the flood icing. In my experience, the black icing continues to settle. And so I am always reminding myself to make these eyes smaller than I think to, because they will widen out as this flood icing settles down. So keep that in mind when you're doing your faces, that the eyes don't need to be as big as you think they do. They will continue to settle as the icing kind of rolls out and starts to set up. Now, while that black icing is still wet, I'm going to go back in the upper right of the black, and I'm just touching down gently, and I'm letting 2 little icing dots fall into those eyes to create the life in the eyes and really bring that to life. That is looking so cute. This gingerbread is really coming together. Okay, so now this little guy needs a nose. Again, to keep this detail rounded, I'm actually using the same red icing that we used on the sweater, and I just kind of like to make those sort of an oval shape. Depending on what sprinkle mix you get, you might be able to use sprinkles. This one has lots of little round balls, which would be great for like Christmas ornaments and things like that. But you never know, you might be able to use some of your sprinkles to do some of the details as well. Now I'm going to add the smile. I have a tip number 2 on my black piping bag, and I'm just going to add the curved line. And this face is almost done. I just want to add some rosy cheeks to my little guy here. Actually, my big guy. I love decorating large cookies. They offer lots of room for the details. So just a rosy cheek on either side is such a classic gingerbread look. Now this cookie is almost done because we've added the white, we've added those swirly sprinkles, and now we're ready to just add a little bit of texture to the sweater. And it's always fun to give sort of a realistic look to a cookie, or just kind of a nod to the fact that maybe this guy is wearing a knit sweater. I know there are a million amazing knitting classes and tutorials available through Craftsy. So I hope all the knitters are happy to see this. And to do that, I'm just going to go up and down, adding that little zigzag. I bet all the knitters wish knitting was just that fast. And I'm going to do the same. Ooh, got to be careful. You don't want to bump your other icing details. I'll show you how to fix that in just a second. But you can turn your cookies so that you don't disrupt anything that you've already added. So there we have one cuff. I'm going to add the other side. I just love adding those details. I'm using a nice even squeeze on my icing bag just to get a good flow of icing coming out. Now, if you have some cookie decorating experience, but you're looking to create a more efficient decorating style, one of my classes on Craftsy is called Smart Cookies, and it's really all about efficient cookie decorating. It's probably my favorite class I've done, and it is packed with tons of tips on going through the decorating process. I highly recommend that. Susan asks, I've never iced cookies before. Does it always need to be in bags? And how many cookies will these little bags cover? So Susan, no, cookies aren't always decorated with icing bags, but typically when you work with royal icing, you do use a bag just because it's a way to reduce the mess. There are ways to dip cookies in royal icing, so that is an option, but often I use these bags. You can also use a bottle as well. If you're new, a squeeze bottle will work. But I find it on these jumbo cookies, you're going to need about 3 to 4 ounces of icing to cover such a large area. And there are suggestions in this decorating guide that you can click and download of how much of each color to make these cookies. But for an average size cookie, not this huge jumbo, almost 9-inch cookie, for an average size cookie, I would say usually one completely full icing bag will decorate 8 cookies. Then you need to either refill or make a new bag. So I hope that helps as you get started with your icing adventures. If you are decorating with a group of people, I would make a couple extra icing bags for each decorator to share. Usually one set of icing for every 3 to 4 decorators is sufficient so that everybody has something to do as they're decorating and they can share those icing colors. Adding loops is such a fun detail to cookies. Sometimes if you're practicing those icing accents, it can be really helpful to pull in a paper towel and practice a couple loops on there just before jumping onto the cookie. This requires just a really nice even hand squeeze as you let that icing fall down onto the surface. But don't be afraid to just kind of think things through on the side before you jump onto the cookie canvas. It will definitely give you a lot more confidence if you practice once or twice first. All right, that is the final detail. Oh, I wanted to show you how to kind of fix this little, can you see I kind of crushed the icing just a little bit there? That happens. And that's okay. I'm just going to use that boo-boo stick and kind of remove that little section that got smushed. And then I'll just add a little bit more where that happened. If you remember that somebody is eating these cookies, you will not feel quite so much pressure to make them perfect. So don't feel like you have to fix every mistake, but if it bothers you, there are ways to do it. But just always keep in mind, they don't have to be perfect. It's really about the process and the fun. And especially if you're decorating with a group, it's really just about the experience. So don't let those little things trip you up or ruin your cookie time. All right, so you might be wondering, what do you do with such a large cookie? I mean, I just think this cookie is so much fun to decorate. So my first suggestion is just have a cookie party, invite your friends over, make a bunch of jumbo cookies and see, could somebody come up with a Hawaiian gingerbread or a bodybuilder gingerbread or a hula dancer? I don't know. There's just tons. I don't know how you would do the bodybuilder, but I would love to see it. Maybe I'll try that. You could box this guy up. This is a white cookie box with some little mini gingerbreads. You could even personalize this cookie across the bow if you're giving it as a gift. It made such a fun Christmas gift or a hostess gift. You can see I have lots of fun little details on this guy with sprinkles on there. Also, if you are hosting a Christmas party, I'm going to actually move my gingerbread out of the way here and bring in my final idea of how do you use such a big, fun, gorgeous cookie. These cookies could really just be the centerpiece of your dessert board. I have all these fun little treats, peppermint pretzels, some peanut butter cups, some little gummies. These are the little gingerbread mug huggers that you can put on your coffee cup, just some fun little candy mixes. But that gingerbread is the star of the show. So if you really want to dress up your dessert table or a dessert board this year, I feel like that gingerbread makes such an amazing centerpiece. So as you start getting your plan together for the holiday decorating season, I hope you'll consider this adorable jumbo gingerbread cookie. And if you make these cookies, I would absolutely love to see what you make. I know Craftsy would too. So you can tag us on social media. You can find me at the Flower Box Shop on Instagram and Facebook. And you can find Craftsy on Instagram and Facebook. Go ahead and tag your cookie party or your finished cookies, and we would love to see what you make. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. If you're looking for tons more cookie fun, definitely check out my 3 classes on craftsy.com. I have Celebrate with Cookies. It's great for beginners. Smart Cookies is all about efficient cookie decorating. And then I also have Cookie Decorating Season by Season. It has a fantastic lesson for Christmas and cookie projects that will keep you decorating all year long. So until next time, happy decorating. Bye, guys.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. I'm super, super happy to be here and to show you guys this adorable little Valentine's Day cookie box. Hopefully we can get it figured out so that you and I can talk to each other, Leah, but thank you again for having me. And I'll just get started as we go, and hopefully we can get, so I can hear you. All right, so this is the adorable little box that we are going to be making today. I personally feel like with Valentine's Day, the best gift you can give is one that's homemade, right? So we're going to learn how to make this today, and really you don't need to have super advanced cookie decorating skills. This is something that I think even the beginner decorator could do and would be totally successful at and make a really cute little box. Do you want me to try to put this back in? I'm going to try to see if I can hear you again. Hello? Okay. Leah, are you there? I can hear myself. Well, we'll just get rolling and then hopefully we'll get it figured out. So the first thing that we're going to be doing is making the bow transfers. So what this is on top here is actually a transfer, which means it's something that we made ahead of time that we could then use later on. And the way that we do that is with a transfer sheet. And this is really cool because this is a download that's totally free on this website. You have 3 different options of different cute little bows. Now, one of the reasons that you might want to do this is because you can make them ahead of time, you can store them for pretty much forever, and then you can put them on whatever it is that you're making, whether it's a cookie or a cupcake, and they look great. So they last forever. It's also great because you have the template right here. Especially with things like bows, it's really hard to get like the 2 sides perfectly even, but you've got this great template to follow. You don't need a fancy projector. And then you can save these and, like I said, use them whenever. So this template, like I said, is a download. I like to do it with a page protector, which is pretty cool because it's completely clear, and then once it dries, it will completely slide off. You can also use parchment paper, wax paper, all of those things work great. This is just kind of nice because it's totally clear, and like I said, for all of them, they'll just slide right off. So in order to make these, we're going to have to mix our royal icing. So I've got a batch of royal icing right here, and this is essentially fresh out of the mixer. If you need a royal icing recipe, there is a great free one on this website. I definitely advise you check it out, and I give you a tutorial from the beginning to the end how to get to this point right here. So this is kind of a thicker consistency, and we're going to work with a medium consistency, basically one consistency. It's going to get us our details and our flooding. And we're going to do the traditional Valentine's Day colors, but of course you could do any color that you wanted for this. And I'm going to start with white, which is easy because it's already white. And for these cookies, we're really not going to need a ton of icing, about 1/4 cup, I would say, per piping bag. Seal that up again. And then when I mix my colors, I always use a spray bottle. And that just ensures that I am not overdoing it with the water, and it gives me just a little bit at a time. So I'm going to mix that up here. And again, we're looking for that medium consistency. And so when I say medium consistency, one way to kind of judge that is looking at how long it takes for that icing to go flat again after my spoon has run through it. So right now, once you jiggle out the bowl, it takes a little bit longer than I would say. This is about a 10 to 15 second consistency. You can also see it kind of running off my spoon in globs. Globs is a technical term. But you don't want it to just be dripping off of your spoon, or else that's going to be way too thin and it's going to fall off your cookie. But you also want to make sure that it's not sticking to your spoon, because then it will be way too thick and we're not going to have a nice, pretty, flat flood. So then to bag this consistency, because it's where I like it, I'm just going to take a nice little glass, my disposable piping bag, and we'll just get it right in there. And this kind of makes sure you can get all that icing down to the very bottom. And then tie it off, or use a rubber band or a clip, whatever works best for you. And we'll set it aside. Now we're going to work through our colors from lightest to darkest. That way we can use the same bowl, and if you don't like doing dishes like me, that's one of the reasons why. Then it's only one dish to clean at the end of this, right? So we'll take more of our royal icing from our fresh batch. Again, I'm just eyeballing this. It's probably about 1/4 cup. A little more, a little less. And we're going to use a soft pink. Like I said, we're going with the traditional colors. And always less is more when you're adding dye to your icing. I'm just going to add a tiny little drop, because you can always add more, but it's very hard to take away. Give it a little spray with my bottle there to get it going. And yeah, you can see we already have a really pretty pink color. We don't need to add any more icing or any more dye to that. I really like these super flexible miniature spatulas here because they really get all the crevices of the bowl to lift all that icing up. So now this is a thicker piping consistency icing. This is the type of icing that I might use to do some florals or to do some outlining. But because we're going to try to just do one consistency, I'm going to thin it out even more. And again, we're looking for about 15 seconds, meaning it takes about 15 seconds for that icing to go flat. And so I just like to shake it to see how long it's going to take. And then give it a little test, see how it falls off my spatula. So this is a pretty good consistency. I am happy with that. We're going to go ahead and bag that up. And again, I think putting your bag into a cup is such a game changer because you're not getting icing all over. And really scrape that bowl because we're going to use the same bowl for our next color. A little icing on my hands here. Okay. Now, a lot of people find that they get air bubbles that transfer from their icing onto their cookie. So I like to kind of give my bag just like a gentle little massage before I tie it. That helps pop any of those air bubbles. You can also give the bag a little whip too. That helps. All right, we're going to move on to our last color, our darkest color, the red. A lot of people struggle with getting a very bright red. You want to be careful not to oversaturate your dyes or oversaturate your icings with dye because it can leave very red mouths. I'm sure you've all experienced a birthday party where everyone had full red mouths and lips and tongue. So you want to make sure you add just enough dye that it makes a beautiful, bright Valentine's Day red without going overboard. So I'm going to be using the super red, which I think is key to that. And then I'm also going to just start with a little bit at a time. If I can get it out. We're going to do 2 blobs this time, 2 little dots. Add our water to it. And what we're looking for is kind of a deeper carnation pink, which sounds strange because you think you're looking for red. But what happens is when icing sits for a little while with the dye, it will actually darken on its own. So this is true for pretty much every color, for reds especially, for blacks, for your blues. And so rather than just dumping a whole bottle of red dye into your icing or your frosting or your cake batter, whatever it is that you're dyeing, just let it sit. It will develop on its own. So I'm going to add just one more little drop here. And I'm confident that this will develop into a really beautiful, rich red. So I'm going to stop adding dye here and just add water so that I can get it to that consistency that I like. For my design, I do plan on covering the whole cookie in red, so I know I'm going to need a nice consistency that will flatten out. What happens if you don't add enough water, you're never going to get that icing to lay flat. you're always going to be struggling to get it, and it will have lumps in it and lines through it. So you want to make sure you get it just moist enough that it will go flat on the cookie. And when I have a cookie, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So now we've got it dripping in these nice little ribbons. This is a pretty good consistency. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to get it just a tad thinner. One more squirt before I bag this one. Okay, we're ready to bag that. And then if you were to do more colors, you could just keep on going. We're going to stop here at our 3 quintessential Valentine's Day colors, but only one bowl to clean. That's key. Squeeze out some air bubbles. And tie it off. Okay, so now we've got our 3 colors that are ready to go. We have our red, our white, and our pink. I'm going to use the pink and the white to make some of these transfers here. So I'm going to pull my transfer sheet. Like I said, I'm using a page protector here, and I'm going to just make, I really like these bows, and then I like these bows. You can play around. The big thing that I recommend is when you're making these transfers, make more than you think you're going to need, because they're very delicate. I mean, this is just sugar and meringue powder and water, so they're very delicate. They break very easily. So we're going to just start here. Oh, we'll do our pink bow. And like I said, this is a free download right on the website for you to use for really anything that needs a bow. So I'm going to start piping the parts of my bow that aren't going to touch. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to see some dimension between my layers of the bow. And so if I pipe it all at the same time, it's all going to just blend together. We're not going to see the 3D effect of this bow. So I'm just piping this top part of the bow and the bottom. And then I'll make a couple more just for safekeeping. And notice I just cut a very tiny hole in my bag, just big enough that I can get the icing out, but small enough that I have control over my icing. What's really nice about making these royal icing transfers is you can make anything as a transfer and then use it later. You can take leftover dye or leftover icing that you have and just make a couple transfers, maybe some flowers, and then you'll have them forever. You can add them on a project later down the road. I keep mine stored in little condiment cups that are sealed. And so when I need a bow for something, I can just pull out these transfers. And of course, if you want to kind of fix some of the ends, if we want to make them really pointy, we can take a little scribe tool. It's just a fancy toothpick, so a toothpick will work just as well, and kind of pull those out. I'm going to let those dry, and while those are drying, I'm going to pipe the white bows. Again, just so we have some variation to choose from for our little cookie boxes here. And same thing, I don't want to pipe the parts that are going to touch. So I'm piping the opposite sides. So much of royal icing is just a game of patience and knowing what order to do everything. Now we use this nice medium level consistency, so we don't have two consistencies where we have an outline and then a flood. It's acting as our outline and our flood, as you can see. Then we're not switching between bags so much. Oops. Okay, we'll finish up that last one here. We're only going to end up needing 2 of these, but like I said, always wise to make more than what you think you're going to need. Then we're going to come back with our pink. This should have dried a little bit here. I usually say about 2 to 3 minutes. It's especially dry climate this time of year, so it dries a little bit faster. In the summertime when it's humid, it can take a lot longer. I typically will set a fan. Oops, I broke one. You can just put a little icing there to fix it. I typically set these in front of a fan. You can also use a dehydrator if you have a dehydrator. That will help dry them very fast. But I just use a little table fan, or I just set them to dry in a dry place in my house. We're going to want these to dry about 8 hours before we use them. So we'll just go, and you can see we have the dimension between the top part of the bow and the bottom part of the ribbon. And that's why we did it in that order, because we just wanted to make sure that that sticks out. And Leah, I'm still not able to hear you, so if there are any questions, I apologize if I'm not able to answer them. Hopefully we can find a way that I can get to your questions, because I'd love to answer anything that you're wondering here. I'm just moving on to my white bow here. And a little whoopsie, so I'm going to use my scribe tool. Go back in here. Okay. I think we kind of get the idea here with these. I'll go back and add the knot for my bows right in the center. It's just really important that you give a little bit of dry time between these steps, because you're not going to have the effect if you don't let it dry. So I won't even go back and do my white part yet, because it's probably not dry enough. So I would just store this in, like I said, a dry place under a fan, and then the next day they slide off completely, just without even having to barely touch them. So this is what they look like when they're done here. Some completed bows. And like I said, very fragile, but these will be the ones. They're completely hardened, but you can still eat them, and they're ready to go for our cute little boxes today. So like I said, make a bunch of those, and then you can just add them to the tops of your boxes later. So now let's get to the actual cookie part. So we've got some rolled out sugar cookie dough here. I definitely suggest you use a recipe that is a no spread recipe, because we want to make sure that these cookies really hold their shape. This also was rolled to about 1/4 of an inch thick, so that it can be consistently thick the whole way. We're going to use some heart cookie cutters, and you want to try to find some nesting heart cookie cutters. These are really great because they come in so many different sizes. I'm going to use the largest one as sort of our main cookie, and we're going to cut out 3 of these. Each box that we make will have 3 cookies essentially. And we'll go ahead and put those on our tray. Now this third one is going to be our center cookie. back here. So for this one, we're going to have to cut the center of it out. So go ahead and look at your nesting cutters and decide which size you feel is the best one for doing that. If we do the next size down, it's not going to give us enough of a border to hold the cookies together. It'll be way too fragile when we bake it. And if we do it too small, we're not going to have enough room to pour candy or hide a little note in our little box. So I'm going with the second cutter down and just trying to center it on here. And push through, and then we have our nice little border here. So I'll show you. So we have our 3 cookies here. So this is going to make up the top. Oops. This is going to make up the top of our box, the bottom of our box, and this is the center of our box. We'll bake this as normal. For me, that's about 375 degrees for about 9 to 10 minutes until they're just lightly brown on the bottom. If you like yours a little bit more soft and doughy, you can bake them for a little bit less longer. And then they should, and I have an extra set too, so we can make 2 of these cute little boxes. So they should come out without any spread, ready to be decorated. You're gonna wanna make sure that you let these cool at least half an hour until they are cool to the touch before we decorate these. The nice thing is we already have our royal icing mix, so we don't need to do anything except for decorate. This is the fun part. This is the part that I enjoy. So because we have the bottom of our cookie, the top, and the middle, we're gonna use all the same color on each set of 3 here. So I'm gonna start with my red, and I'm going to cut just a very small hole from the top. And again, this is just the same 1 consistency icing that I had from before. And we're going to touch down and then outline our heart. The key, if you are a beginner decorator, is you want to pull away from your cookie. And you actually want to get your icing up into the air, which seems counterintuitive, but that's what's going to help get a much cleaner line. So you can see how my icing is just falling onto the cookie as I'm pulling it away. This is giving a much straighter line. If I were to keep my icing bag super close to my cookie, I'm not going to get that really straight, crisp line, because really nobody can draw a perfect straight line. We need the help of gravity pulling that icing down. So what I'm doing right here is I am outlining all of my cookies so that my icing can act like a dam and keep the rest of the icing from flooding over. That's how I always tell people to think of it. It is the wall that is keeping the water from overflowing. There we go. I'm going to cut a slightly larger hole in my bag so that when I'm flooding, it'll come out just a bit faster so that we can get that nice flat surface. So then you're going to just apply more pressure here and work your way around the cookie. Kind of like a little racetrack, all the way to the center. And I always say, put more icing on than you think. And then we're going to take our scribe or a toothpick, whatever you have on hand, and fill in anywhere that the icing missed. And then the trick that I prefer is to stab my scribe right into the cookie and jiggle my cookie. that's going to get all the icing to lie perfectly flat. That's sort of my favorite cookie decorating hack. And you might get a little bit of a pucker from where you put your scribe in, so you just dab that away. Fill in our areas here. Okay, move on to our next one. And notice I'm icing it right up to the edge there. Have no fear. I know that my icing will not fall off. I really like to rest my forearm on a table. That helps steady my bag. And then go back in, and we'll do the trick. And our last one here. And then just pushing on the icing so it will lie flat. Royal icing takes about, really to be safe, it takes 8 hours to dry. You can probably get by with about 4 hours, but since we're stacking these cookies, you want to make sure that they're nice and dry. So if you're doing this project, give yourself some time on it. And I'm going to turn my tray so that we can do our other cookies here. Again, we're going to make both cookie boxes just so we have a little variety. We can play with our little bows. So I'm going to do white for these. And same thing, I just cut a really small hole to outline the cookies, and I'm outlining first and then I'm flooding. This icing is just a tiny bit thicker than our red icing, so it might be a little more stubborn, but we can work with it. All the way around the edge. And take your time. Remember, I've been doing this for years and years, so I can be very quick sometimes, but make sure to take your time. This should be the most relaxing part of the process. Awesome. Ooh, sorry, I just got a chance to see some of the questions since I can't hear them. And the question was, do I chill my dough? And absolutely, yes. For me, that's really important part of the process is chilling your dough. And I think for most recipes, there are some that don't require it, but I think for most recipes, for a sugar cookie, you will need to chill the dough because that's what's going to help maintain the shape of the cookie. And I actually chill my dough in a freezer anywhere from 30 minutes to 3 days, depending on when I'm going to use it. So I chill my dough in the freezer and then I pull it out and bake my cookies. And sometimes I even chill my cookies before I bake them. So I'll cut them out, pop them in the freezer for another 10 minutes. That might just be me being superstitious, but I totally think that it helps with cookies keeping their shape. So I'm going to go back in and flood with our white here. this is the most satisfying thing to watch. I'm convinced that if you just have a long, hard day, just turn on some cookie decorating videos and it will be so relaxing. It will completely help you wind down. Okay. Ooh, someone asked a great question about making transfers with pasteurized egg whites. I believe you can. I have not tried it firsthand, but I know many people who do decorate using the actual egg white type of royal icing recipe as opposed to just meringue powder. So I believe that you can, but I can't say for sure. I'll have to test that out. I'm always learning new things. What I like about cookie decorating is it just is something that I think anybody can do. I know it may not seem that way because it looks so beautiful, but really we're just outlining, we're just tracing and just filling it in. So basic skills. I will say having a steady hand does help, but that's where resting your arm on a table is very handy. Use the table to help steady your hand. And this is why I always say more icing is better than less, because we can push it around, whereas if you don't have enough on there, you're going to have it crater, you'll have gaps. So you want to add quite a bit of icing. And we'll do our last little tip. Meringue powder for the icing. I use, someone asked how much meringue powder is in my icing, and for one batch, which is 2 pounds of powdered sugar, I use 1/3 cup of meringue powder. And that's just what I've found works for me. It's 1/3 cup of meringue powder and 1/2 cup of water. So we're gonna let these dry. Typically I would put a fan on them. I think the fan is really key for getting really beautiful shine to your icing. If you let it dry without a fan, it's gonna have more of a a matte look to them. You can also use, like I said, a dehydrator that helps keep it nice and shiny as well. So I have some that have dried. And we've got our red, and you can see this red is a much deeper red, and that's because it's just had time to settle. So I put the same amount of dye in the icing that was used on this cookies, but because it sat for a little while, it is deepened on its own. So we got that beautiful, vibrant red without having to dump an entire bottle of dye into our icing. So now we've got our 3 pieces to our cookie box here. Now if you look at the finished one, they have this cute little ribbon on here, like it's an actual box of chocolates. And so we're gonna first work on the ribbon piece. So we'll do our pink icing here. And this, again, this is pretty easy. I think even the beginner cookie decorator could do this. We're going to just pipe the ribbons. I'm gonna stop where I see it's almost halfway, wherever you want your ribbon to be essentially, and kind of make a little point here. And that's probably just me being a perfectionist. I'm not sure if it shows, but then it will actually look like if you had a ribbon on a cookie box and you tied it, it would narrow at that point. So again, the ribbon, the bow itself might just hide that, but I want it to look as realistic as we can. And same thing on this side. Now you could pipe this detail onto your cookie within, I would say, within about 20 minutes of it drying. You don't have to wait for the bottom layer to dry overnight to pipe this. And then we're gonna do our ribbon across here. Now, one thing that a lot of people struggle with royal icing is when your icing is too thin or the weather is maybe a little bit too humid, the icing can actually crater. It will sink down. And one way to combat that is to put a little zigzag in our icing right there. And what that does is it essentially gives the icing a spot to hold on to, and then it will stay nice and puffy. So if you can remember to give yourself a little zigzag, that will keep the craters from happening. Now this is just the way that I chose to decorate my box, but there's so many cute things you could do to the top here. You could really personalize it if you know someone that you're going to be giving this to, if it's for a child or something, put their name on it. I think that would be adorable. So there's our white box top. We'll pipe our red one, which I'm going to do a little diagonal line. I'm going to do from one side to the other. And same thing, I'm going to give it a point where I know I'm going to stick my ribbon, my bow. Oh, and I forgot to do the crater technique. I'll have to remember it. You especially want to do it on these narrow places. So this is actually a good example. This one's not too bad, but you can see how this one is cratered in a little bit. Not sure if you can capture that, but do you see how it's cratered in on the sides? That's from just the icing starting to sink. It was just a little bit too thin, or it dried too quickly and it just couldn't puff up. So that's what I'm talking about when I say craters, but that's not really a bad one. When they're really bad, they can completely cave in and actually just break a hole in your icing. So that's what I mean by that, and it's really the narrow places. So it only happened on that cookie because of that little narrow edge of the heart. So I'll remember to do my crater technique here. A little zigzag. I really only struggle with craters really badly in the summer because it gets very humid. And so it takes a long time for the icing to dry. A little crumb here. Okay, so these are our tops. We probably would normally let those dry, I would say 15 to 20 minutes just to make sure that they're set, but we'll keep going for the purposes of this. I'm gonna see if there's any questions I can answer just as these dry for a second. Any good questions? Cookie dough, I just use a basic sugar cookie recipe. If you're looking for one, just search roll out sugar cookie recipe. The key thing is don't try to buy the grocery store like Pillsbury tube cookie dough, even though it's delicious. Buy it so you can eat the cookie dough. But don't try to do these types of cookies with that because that's not made to maintain its shape. That's made to puff up and be like those delicious puffy sugar cookies. We want a really flat sugar cookie. So if you look up roll out sugar cookie, you're gonna get a great recipe that will maintain its shape. Make sure you chill it if it does require chilling. Do not skip that step. That is so key. Another thing that also helps cookies to maintain their shape is to bake on silicone mats or on parchment paper. That can also really help. And then I also like to use aluminum pans, the light color aluminum pans. It helps keep their shape too. And if you have more questions, I'd love to answer them. So now we're going to assemble our little cookie boxes here. We'll start with our red box, and what's great about royal icing is it's so versatile that it can also act like glue. So we're going to use our red just to keep it the same color, and I'm just going to pipe an outline around here. And then we have our middle section of our box that we're going to carefully glue. And this is why you want to make sure that these layers have dried before you start assembling, because otherwise you'll be ruining your beautiful icing. And again, I'm just going to scrape off this little bit of icing here so it doesn't show. I think it would be really cute to maybe pipe a little message here at the bottom so that if you filled it with candy, after they ate the candy, it might say, "I love you," or something like that. You can also use edible markers, which, like I said, the ink is edible, so you can write on there too if piping with handwriting is not your thing, which I don't blame you, it's very tricky. Ooh, I've never tried blow drying my cookies. Someone asked if I could use a hair dryer. I've never tried that before. I probably would use the cool setting on the hair dryer. I just use cool air normally. I wouldn't want to heat up the icing too much. So if you have a cool setting on your hair dryer, I would use that and then blow them. That might help speed up the drying process. Cookies are not they're not a speedy process, that's for sure. It's patience. So now this, once this sets up, this will hold it together for, it becomes very, very sturdy. Royal icing, I mean, that's what they make like gingerbread houses with, which, you know, those are walls that are held together. So we'll let that dry, and then we're going to come back to our cookie tops. So you notice in this process I jump around a lot, and that's really what the decorating process is like for me. I'll make something here and then I'll let that dry and I'll jump to this thing over here. It's all about what I can do while pieces are drying, essentially. So let's see, we've got our royal icing transfers that we made. We're going to put our pink bow right in the center. And what's so nice is this has already been made, so we don't have to use a projector to project the bow. We don't have to take a guess. Now, I'm going to try to just plop it down there. My icing is still a little wet, so I'm using the icing as glue here. Look how cute that is. So adorable. And it's so hard to pipe the shape of a bow freehand. That's why I just love using royal icing transfers, because I didn't have to take any guesses. I didn't have to get out a big overhead projector and project an image. I just had to trace. Just had to print it out and trace. So now I'll show you what I would normally do if my cookie was dry. I just add some royal icing on here, just like glue. Just little dots. And someone asked, does the royal icing harden in the bag? Nope, as long as your bag is sealed, what you will get is the tip of it might harden, and you'll just need to pull that hardened piece off before you start. You can also close the tops of your bag. They make little clips that will close them. If you want to be fancy, I just usually bend them over, maybe use a little piece of tape, or just push the royal icing back so that it's not clogging the tip of my bag. But otherwise it doesn't harden in the bag, and what's great is royal icing actually stays pretty good at room temperature for about 2 or 3 days. There's nothing, it doesn't go stale, it doesn't go bad or taste funny. The most that will happen is that the water will separate from the actual icing. So you just need to mix it together kind of with your hands. And then if you're gonna decorate after 3 days, I would just throw it in the refrigerator. It'll last at least 2 weeks. And then if you just wanna have the royal icing on hand, throw it in your freezer and it'll last a couple months. So that's what's really great, is it's just sugar water meringue powder, so it freezes really well. Okay, so we've got our cookie boxes, and now it's time to do the fun part, which is fill the cookie boxes. So I decided to use M&Ms. You could use any candy. We're just gonna pour those in here. I also think, like I said, it would be really cute to write a little note and maybe fold up a note in here. Maybe you could put some jewelry in here. You're getting really fancy. And then you've got your cookie box, you guys. Just close it up. Now, if you wanted to, you could seal this off with royal icing, and then they'd have to break it to get inside of it. But I think it looks so cute just as is. And then you can box it up, put it in a cute little bag, and you've got the perfect little Valentine's Day treat. So I'll look and see if there's any questions. Like I said, I still can't hear you, Leah, unfortunately. I wish we could chat with each other a little bit, but if there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them too. I think a lot of them were answered. Is meringue powder the same as powdered sugar? That's a great question. No, meringue powder is what essentially will stabilize your icing, is what allows it to harden completely. So you can make a glaze where you would just do powdered sugar and water. And that's like what you would put over a donut, right? Just the delicious sugary glaze. What makes royal icing different is that component of meringue powder, and it is powdered egg whites. So, or pasteurized powdered egg whites. So if you're doing a traditional royal icing, you're going to use liquid egg whites. Meringue powder just helps replace that liquid egg white, which makes it a little bit more shelf stable, a little bit more food safe. But either are great. You can do both of them. Just if you're going to use the actual liquid egg white in your powdered or in your royal icing, then it needs to be something that needs to be consumed, you know, fairly quickly. It's not something that can be sitting out for a while. But the meringue powder works great. So it is a little bit different from powdered sugar though. Kind of the same consistency though, same texture. But I think that might be all the questions unless I missed a big one. But I really hope you guys give this a try. It can be so versatile. You can add decorations to it, sprinkles, polka dots. Like I said, you can personalize it with a name, but it would look so cute for Valentine's Day, and I think anybody would be super excited to receive this as a little special homemade treat. So, thank you guys for watching.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ann Yorks. I'm the owner of the Flower Box, and today I'm going to be doing a live demo of a really cute pot of gold with a rainbow. And this is a little bit of cookie construction because there's a gift card peeking out inside of there. I'm going to show you step by step how to make this fun little project. I'm so excited to be partnering with Craftsy today to bring this fun cookie construction project to you. Let's take a closer look at what we're making. I have this little cookie example here, and you can even pack this cookie up to make it like a little gift. Now, you don't have to put a gift card in there. I actually have mine wrapped. You could even put little pieces of gold coins in there, a note, whatever you want to stuff in that little pocket. And the one thing that makes this cookie construction really cool is that it's actually made with 3 different cookies. So I'm going to show you how to create these cookies and how to assemble this. If you have questions during this live, definitely post them in the comments. I would love to answer your questions about cookie decorating, anything to do with baking or prepping the cookies. Feel free to ask away and I'll answer those as we go. So also just, oh, hey, hi there, Mia. Thank you so much for joining us. Just a quick reminder, if you haven't already done so, you can download a step-by-step guide, and this guide is going to include information on how to mix your icing colors, how to bake the cookies. There is a materials list in there as well, and a note page. So definitely get that guide. You can use the link to check that out, and I hope that is helpful for you as you are decorating this project. So like I said, this cookie project is actually 3 different cookies, and I'm going to show you the cookie that is in the background first. This is the large pot of gold with rainbow, and this cookie is the base cookie. It is just peeking out of the back. This is really cool because it just looks 3D. And this cookie, the purpose of this cookie is to have a nice flat surface with all those rainbow colors peeking out from behind it. So this cookie we're going to be outlining and flooding, but we don't need any details. because it's really just the base cookie. And when I was kind of designing this project and thinking it through, I almost didn't even think I needed to add this gold section or the pot since you don't see it. But if you're sliding in that gift card, it is really nice to have a nice flat surface. So first, let me show you how to set up that background cookie. One of the tricky things for me, at least, is knowing where those scallop lines go. And if you're using the cookie cutter set from this project, this is that big cookie cutter. This is the front of the gold section. And this is actually the little gift card holder. That's where the gift card will slide in. So if you're using this, you can trace the cookie cutter onto this cookie to get that gold set up. If you are cutting these out by hand, you could even, just trace by hand a little guide for that gold. You don't necessarily need to trace anything, although it is helpful. And for me, I also found it to be really helpful just to have those sections of the rainbow. So I'm just going to split that rainbow in half, and then I'm going to add a section for the red, the orange, and the yellow. And then we have green, blue, and purple on the other side of that center. Those lines don't have to be perfect. It's just meant to be a guide. All right, so now that we have that set off, I'm going to go ahead and start getting these sections outlined. Hey, Tabitha, so glad you can join us today. I hope you're having a good start to your day. All right, let me grab my black icing. And I have a tip number 2 on my icing bag. And the first thing I'm going to do is outline the pot. Now on this design, and if you download your little guide here, you can see that that pot comes up kind of high. And actually this first little scallop on the cookie is the lip of that pot of gold. So I'm going to start my black line just going around that curve and just bring that around. That's just kind of following that cookie. And then I'll finish off that little section. Then we're ready to outline the rest of this entire black pot. Again, this section isn't going to have any details. This is just our background. Now I am using royal icing for the icing. If you're new to royal icing, you can find a recipe in that prep guide that you can download. And the one thing that makes royal icing really neat and really the perfect icing for a project like this is once it dries, it's almost like a candy surface, which means you can pipe details and stack things just knowing that it's dry. So again, I have a tip number 2 on my piping bag, and I'm just going to outline those gold pieces. And then we are going to just use a single 20-second icing to outline and flood these sections. So no piped lines needed up there yet. All right, so let's start flooding in. So I used a thicker piping icing for my outlines. Now I have a thinner flood icing. This is about a 10-second flood icing to flood in this gold section. The nice thing about flood icing is when you flow it onto the surface of the cookie, it is self-leveling. And so you can see as you go across, it really just levels itself out. You want to make sure you get up against that outline. And then you have that nice flat surface. If you don't see your icing self-level, you need to make it just a little bit thinner. And that will give you that nice flow that you're looking for. Now here's where we stop and just let that dry, because if I flood the black icing right away, it could bleed into that gold. So we are going to stop right there. I have a cookie that is already dry and ready to go. And on this cookie, if you want to add this cute little shamrock detail on the front, I'm going to show you at the end how to make this little candy piece. You make this ahead of time and it just will get set on that icing. This is also royal icing. So nothing extra needed for that. It's called a royal icing transfer because you make it ahead. It's like a little candy piece. And then you pop that onto the wet icing. So again, I'm going to flood in this nice big pot, and notice how generous I am with that icing. Lots of flow so that no cookie is showing, and that will give me a nice flat surface at the end. If you leave some cookies showing, sometimes you'll see some little dips in the surface of the icing. All right, now that we have our pot flooded in, we're going to flood in alternating areas of the rainbow. And like I said, for the rainbow, I just have these single bags of icing. I have all of my icing just bagged up in a little icing storage here. And these single bags are great. It's actually a 20-second icing, and they're fun for doing these smaller icing areas where you just want to outline and flood all with the same bag. So I'm going to bring that red up and around to create that rainbow. And you don't have to worry too much about this being perfect because again, it is in the background. And once that neighboring icing section is flooded in, it will all sort of even itself out. Now the decorating on this particular project is a little bit more straightforward. There's not a lot of extra details or techniques outside of piping and flooding. However, there are a lot of icing colors. So prepping the icing for this project, you need a little bit of extra time to mix all of the rainbow colors. And one way to save on dishes is to use one mixing bowl. And as you're mixing the rainbow, you can start with the lightest color, the yellow. And you add a little icing to that mixing bowl, make your yellow, bag it up. Then in that same bowl, add some white icing, make your orange, and bag it up. And you just work through your rainbow going from the lightest color to the darkest color. And even though there's going to be a little bit of residual icing in that bowl, it's a great way to just have one dish at the end. So oftentimes mixing those colors light to dark in one bowl with one spatula can be a nice time saver when you have all these icing colors to mix. Joy, welcome to the live demo. So mixing on this particular project, we have 8 colors, and I would say plan for about 45 minutes to mix all of the colors. And often when I'm making a color like black, I will like to mix that the day before, because with time, those deeper, darker icing colors will get even darker, and you don't have to add quite as much food coloring to that. So usually about 45 minutes, although if you're a new cookie decorator, definitely, plan for a little extra time. Okay, so I have my dry cookie here. The icing had a chance to set up, and I love how the royal icing behaves
And once you have your icing areas dry, you can get some really nice definition lines between those icing areas. So what I mean by that is you can kind of see those individual sections of the rainbow just by flooding alternating areas. If you don't allow those alternating areas to dry, it will just create one flat surface, which also wouldn't be bad and maybe take a little less time as well. But I like seeing all that definition between those icing areas. So we're almost done with the rainbow. We just need our green and our purple. Now, if, Joy, you're new to cookie decorating and you want to keep your color plan a little bit more on the simple side, you could make that rainbow section just 3 colors instead of 6. And that would simplify your cookie design, and it would also reduce the amount of time you're going to spend with making icing. Now, these icing bags are lots of fun. They're a great option for decorating with royal icing because they're disposable. So once you use up all the icing, you can just pitch it and no cleanup necessary. When I trim these bags, I just keep that seam side up. I flatten down the tip, give a little snip, and we are ready to roll. Usually that opening is about the tip size of a tip number 2 or 3. I don't like to cut it too big because you start to lose control over the flow of icing. So I like to have some control over the flow of icing. And that's why I keep those little snips kind of small. So flooding icing is just a common icing consistency with royal icing. And that is what keeps that nice flat surface on the cookie. And I like it because there isn't a lot of extra work required with it. It self-levels itself. Now, if you are brand new to icing consistencies, I do have a class on craftsy.com. It's called Celebrate with Cookies, and we do take an in-depth look at 4 common icing consistencies. The 2 most common being the piping and the flooding that I'm using today, but I do talk about stiff icing and 20-second icing, and it is a great review. But icing consistency can really help your cookie decorating be a little bit more successful. Now, Katie asked, is there a reason why I'm outlining and then flooding right away? And really, you can do it both ways. You can go through, let's say you're making a dozen cookies, you can outline all the cookies and then go back and flood all the cookies. Or if you are just doing one feature cookie, like a project like this, where maybe you're not making a lot of cookies, you can certainly outline and then go ahead and start flooding in. I find I get great results doing it both ways. So I hope that answers your question, Katie. These are great questions. So if you have more questions about cookie decorating or icing consistencies, definitely pop them in the comments. I would love to help you be successful with your cookie decorating. All right, so we have our pot with the gold and the rainbow, and this is ready to go. This is going to be the background cookie on our cookie construction. So I have a dry version of that cookie. I'm just going to set that to the side, and now we're going to set up our pot of gold. And this one is what we're going to see on the top. Okay, so this is our finished cookie. And to get that little shamrock, let me just show you how easy it is to make one of these. With your prep guide, you can download the Royal Icing transfer sheet, and there's just a bunch of shamrocks underneath. And it is as easy as using your piping icing and just outlining that shamrock and flooding in that section, and then allow those to dry. I always make these the day before. Allow those to dry for 8 to 12 hours to create that little candy piece, and it just pops right off your parchment paper, just like a piece of candy. So those are lots of fun to make. If you're looking to use these even on multiple cookie projects, you can save any extras. They do break sometimes, so I always suggest making extras. All right, so let's get started with our pot of gold. So Laura has a great question. She asked, do you have a formula for how to make new colors, excuse me, other than primary colors? And there are lots of color mixing resources out there, Laura. One of them is cookie color charts. We actually carry those in our shop on flowerbox.com. And those color charts are made by Georgianne Bell. She also has a Craftsy class as well. That's lots of fun. So I recommend that you check that out. But her color charts are really cool if you're looking to explore unique and new color palettes. She also has suggested palettes with those color charts, and they're pretty awesome across the board. Originally, they were designed to be used with the AmeriColor gels, but I use Chef Master gels, and I find that color mixing with her charts works really well. Now, with that said, there are dozens and dozens and dozens of gels available out there. Chef Master has 36. The Sugar Art has 24 different gel colors. The Cookie Countess has 24 plus different gel colors. And oftentimes I find that it's quicker and more consistent to mix your colors straight out of the gel bottle. For me, it saves time. If you ever want to recreate that color, it's pretty predictable out of that gel bottle. And one gel bottle going from light to dark can create so many different shades. So if you enjoy the color mixing process, definitely check out those color cards. If not, just know that there are resources out there for you that you can use to make that process simple. Okay, so we have our pot outlined, and I've used that tip number 2 as I've gone through and outlined the pot and the different gold pieces. And I'm going to flood in that pot again, nice and generously. That'll give me that nice flat surface on the cookie surface. I just like how smooth and beautiful that will look. Now, black icing is sort of a requirement maybe for a pot of gold, but you should know that black icing, navy icing, it can turn the tongue black as well when you eat it. So if you're making cookies for a large group, you might want to consider toning it down and using a charcoal or a gray icing instead of the full-blown black. That will reduce, those funny looking smiles. Although if you're a leprechaun, maybe you want to play a little trick on people for messing with your gold, and the black tongue is what you're going for. All right, so I have my little shamrock here, and I'm just going to drop this candy piece onto the surface while that icing is still wet. Since it's sticky, it will just kind of glue on there. If you need to nudge it, maybe you didn't quite get it centered, you can nudge that into place and get just the right placement. Now, again, with these gold pieces, I'm going to want some of that dimensional look. See how it looks like each piece is unique? We're going to get that by flooding in alternating gold pieces, letting those dry. Since those are small areas, they just need a little quick dry.
and then we can get that really nice dimension. So Jessica has a question about drying your icing. And usually I suggest drying your icing, and I dry my cookies in front of a fan. In between these different icing areas, I will dry icing for 45 minutes to an hour. These little small gold pieces really just need like a quick 15-minute dry time just to get that icing to set up. And then I will actually store my cookies overnight in the cool oven and pack them the day after I decorate. That way I know that my icing is dry all the way. I do have this one packaged up, and you don't want to pack up the cookie and then have the icing still be soft. So usually I recommend decorate on day 1 and then pack your cookies on day 2. Martha, thank you so much. Martha says she uses the Flower Box color cards. We do have a set of color cards that show all of the different color resources. And it shows each of those gels in, this is going back to color mixing, it shows each of those gels in the different shades that you can make. All right, so let's flood in these little coins, and we will finish off this section of the gold on the pot. Notice how I don't need my scribe tool very much. This is a little pointy tool. They come in all different shapes and sizes. But when you're using these little piping bags, you can really just push the icing into place, and you can reduce the amount of time that you're picking up and putting down your tools. So now we have all of our gold pieces flooded in, and we're just about done with this cookie. I'm just going to flood in the lip on the pot. Get that nice and full looking. Let that dry as well, and then we're ready to add some details to the cookie. Now I did add details to the lip on the pot. I just want to bring this to the foreground, and adding that piped line really does the job, and it just brings that to the front and then sets off those gold pieces in the background. And while I'm still holding this black icing bag, I'm going to switch to tip number 3. I'm taking off my number 2 and putting on my 3. This is just a larger tip, and I'm going to add those nice big handles on the pot. Hand pressure is real key with cookie decorating, and so I'm going to use a lighter squeeze as I start the handle, and then right around here I want to start squeezing harder to make the icing thicker, and then ease off just to get that nice little thin area. Again, start off with a nice light squeeze, and as you're going down around the curve, thicken it up, and then ease off as you come back up to the top of the handle. That just adds a little bit of interest to that handle instead of just piping a straight line. So I love to use a stronger or softer hand squeeze to create those thicker and thinner areas. Now, Laura asked, why didn't I just flood all of the coins at the same time? And you could certainly do that, Laura, if you wanted to, especially if you were maybe putting gold sanding sugar on there. But when you flood each of those coins individually and allow them to dry, you get those nice little definition, those little icing areas. Now on my finished example, I did choose to outline those. I thought that kind of set them off even more, and I'll show that now. But if you wanted to save time, that would look really cool just as it is. So it really is, how much time do you have to decorate cookies? Sometimes you have to simplify things just to get the job done. Helen says she would also put details on the shamrock, that would look nice. Absolutely. You could even do an accent color on the shamrock. It is really fun to use your creativity as you're decorating your cookies. So I encourage you to do that. I also thought maybe if you're making these for friends or family, instead of shamrock, you could even pipe a name and personalize these cookies. And that could be a lot of fun as well. Now I did size down my tip. So we sized up to a tip number 3 on the black to add those handles. And I sized down to a tip 1.5, and it's just slightly smaller than the 2. And I like that size because it keeps these little details a little bit smaller, thinner, and a little more subtle so that it doesn't overwhelm that. And you can add as many or as few details as you want to. But let's get to the cookie construction, because this is really part of the fun of it. I have 3 cookies that are already prepped and ready to go. But if we just put that cookie on top, there would be no room for the gift card. And so we do have this plain cookie that is in the middle that we're going to glue in. Royal icing is definitely like glue because of how it dries. And that will give us the space for that gift card to slide in there. When I was baking these cookies, I used what's called the Dough Easy rolling system. It's a mat that allows you to roll out your cookies without adding extra flour. And I love it because you can really add a lot of flour as you go. I like the flourless method. And it comes with these pastry sticks. It has this 1/4 inch stick that I use on my regular cookies. I always roll my cookies a 1/4 inch thick, but it also comes with this 1/8 inch stick that can be used for pie crusts and pizza crusts. And I thought, wouldn't that be cool to have that thin little credit card insert section just be a thinner cookie? You really don't need a super thick cookie because a gift card is super thin. So I did actually use that thinner pastry stick. Now, if you don't have pastry sticks, you could always use like a paint stir. Put your dough between 2 paint stirs and roll your rolling pin on that to get a nice even flat. So there are ways to do that, do it yourself, but the Dough Easy is a nice little system as well if you want to make the investment. Yolanda, my cookies don't rise actually because I do not use any baking powder in my cookie recipe. I really want my cookies to hold their shape, so I have omitted that ingredient, and you can get the recipe in that guide as well. And it is available there to you. But I also, one little trick is before I bake, while my oven is preheating, I will chill my cookies in the fridge for 10 to 15 minutes while the oven is preheating. And I find that that really reduces the cookies from spreading or puffing up or expanding during the baking. All right. So now I have squeezed out some black piping icing. This is royal icing. It's almost like glue. Think gingerbread houses. You know, when you put gingerbread houses together, they really kind of stick together. It is important to allow this cookie to dry completely. I would allow at least 8 hours for the cookie to dry before you start construction, just so that you don't put any dents in your cookie. So glue that first
section down, and now I'm going to add just a little bit more glue or icing. And then I'm ready to place that second cookie. Ooh, gotta get a good grip on it. On the top. And there we have our little cookie sandwich ready for whatever you want to stick in there. See that little insert section? So you can stick in your little gift card. Now I did choose to pack my gift card in a cookie bag just to keep it from touching the cookie. And you can just slide that right in there, which is lots of fun. So Christopher asked a great question. Do you need to fill the black and the coins in for the bottom cookie? Christopher, maybe not. If you're really trying to save time, you don't necessarily need to flood in that bottom section. But I found in order for your gift card to stay nice and flat on the surface, I did flood that. Plus, if I peek down inside, I can see in there just a little bit, and I like that that decoration is available. But having those sections flooded down below, even though you really can't see them, keeps it nice and flat for that gift card or whatever treat you're sliding into your pot of gold, nice and flat. All right, you guys, that is our cookie demo for today. Let me just show you a little packaging suggestion here. I showed this in the beginning, but if you're looking to pack your cookies, you can use a treat bag. I packed mine in a 4x8 cookie bag. It has a little gusset just to allow for this thicker cookie project. And you can even box your cookies. There's tons of box options out there. One website that I personally enjoy is BRP, but you can find cookie boxes in most cookie shops. But this is such a fun cookie project. If you make these adorable cookies, I do hope you tag the Flower Box and also Craftsy. We would love to see what you make. If watching this demo has gotten you excited to decorate cookies, let me just point you right back to the craftsy.com website. Not only do I have 3 cookie decorating classes that talk about everything from decorating for the holidays, how to navigate the cookie decorating process. That's probably my favorite class, Smart Cookies. There are also at least a dozen other cookie classes taught by great cookie artists, and you can learn how to make your own beautiful cookie projects at home. That is our cookie demo for today. Thank you so much for joining me, and I look forward to seeing what you create. Definitely tag us. Until next time, happy decorating. Today, let me show you what I'm going to be demonstrating for you, and then we'll just start jumping in, talking about the cookies. So today I'm going to be showing you how to make these really cute bunny cookies. We're gonna do this bunny girl, and then I'll also show you how to do this bunny boy. It's the same cookie cutter, just a little bit different piped outlines. So just to tell you a little bit about how this is going to work today, I'm going to take you step by step through both of those projects. I can see your questions, so if you have questions, feel free to pop those in the chat, and I'd love to help you out. I'm happy to answer questions about today's project. Today I'm going to be using royal icing. Royal icing, the ingredient that makes royal icing really special is meringue powder, and that's what makes royal icing dry nice and smooth to get that nice flat surface to pipe our details on. So I'm actually using the royal icing in 2 icing consistencies. I have it in the piping consistency in bags with a tip number 2 on all of my piping bags. And then I also have my royal icing in the flooding consistency, and I just have my icing in these tipless bags. No tip needed on these bags. This is what I'm going to use to flood onto the surface of the cookie. You'll see in just a minute. And so we don't need quite as much control, so no tips needed on there. Now, if you have not worked with royal icing just quite yet, I'll do a quick demo to show you what those 2 consistencies look like in my little dish. But I have 3 classes on Craftsy. If you haven't watched them yet, Celebrate with Cookies was my first class. It's great for beginners. Then I did Smart Cookies, which talks about the cookie process and how to plan your cookies. We'll talk about that a little bit today, but that's probably my favorite class. And then I also have Cookie Decorating Season by Season, which has a really fantastic spring lesson, especially for Mother's Day. So you can check those out on craftsy.com, and they all include the recipes as well. But let's take a look at the royal icing, because this is really kind of the key component of the cookie decorating process. I just have my little storage container here, and I have the royal icing in this container. I haven't colored it yet, and this is the icing straight out of the mixer. So you can see that it really doesn't have any movement. When I show you the side of the bowl there, that's really a stiff peak. This is what the icing looks like straight out of the mixer. Okay, so that's what the recipe looks like straight out of the mixer. That we want a little bit of movement. I always compare my piping icing, which is what I have in the bags. This is what I'm going to use for outlines and details, to a soft serve ice cream. So I just have water in this squeeze bottle, and I'm just going to add a couple of drops of water to the icing, and I'm trying just to get to that piping consistency. So once I pull that icing out, you can see now that icing is forming a little bit of loop. It has some motion to it, and that little loop is exactly what we're looking for. That soft serve ice cream loop is what I like to call that. So once I have my icing to that piping consistency, I'm ready to bag it up, and hand me a glass. I already have the coupler on my piping bag, but if you're brand new to decorating, there's a piece that I already slid inside the bag. I'm going to put tip number 2 on there and slide that back on, and then to bag my icing, to keep it nice and easy, I always just use a glass. Fold the bag over the glass, and then I'll take out about an ounce of icing, and that's my piping consistency. So this is the first consistency that I'm going to use in today's demo, which we use the piping because it holds its shape. We use it for outlines and details, but we're also going to flow the icing smooth onto the cookie surface. And so to get that nice flat surface, we need the icing to have a little bit of motion and flow to it. So I'm going to take what's remaining in my little dish and just add a little bit more water. So it's the same recipe, but the flood icing is just going to have more liquid in it so that it has a flow. So really what I'm looking for to get to that nice flood icing consistency is for that icing to flow off of my spatula, so I know that it's going to flow onto the surface of the cookie and self-level. That's one of the things that I'm looking for with this flooding icing consistency. So you can see it's really loosening up. It's definitely getting some flow to it. I just love to add, I'm just adding a couple drops of water, but it's probably in like a 1/4 teaspoon increment if you're looking for an exact measurement. And now we have a nice flow. If it flows off your spatula, it's going to flow onto the surface of the cookie. So that is a really nice consistency. And if you want to do a double check to make sure that your icing is not too thick or thin, you can always pull your spatula through that icing. It'll make that little line in there. And it should take about 10 seconds for that line to completely disappear, for that icing to flow together and that line to disappear. And then you really know. And even after decorating cookies for 13 years, I still do that 10-second spatula test where I just pull that through and just see if that line disappears real fast, you need to add a little sugar to your icing. It is too thin. If that line never disappears, it is too thick and you need to add a little bit of water to it. So I see a couple of questions, and let me just jump into those before I start decorating these cute bunnies. Melissa asks, what can I practice with in order to steady my hands before I decorate? So I am not a super steady decorator, and I'll show you how I get around that when I start piping. But one of the ways that I really did sort of steady myself is using a piping practice sheet. We do have one on flowerbox.com, and it's a series of lines and curves, and you can use up your leftover icing after you do a cookie project. When I first started decorating cookies, I did so many practice sheets just using up my icing, and I know for certain there's also a great piping practice sheet that's also included with my first Craftsy class, Celebrate with Cookies. So just use up that leftover icing, piping lines, piping circles, and that will really help your muscle memory start to smooth out. Lauren asks, I'm taking your Easter chick class in March. Do you always make the icing the day before decorating? Lauren, that is such a good question. I do not like to be overwhelmed before I decorate cookies, and so I do prep my icing the day before. Because I'm using meringue powder, it is counter safe, so I'll just store it on the counter overnight, and then I'm ready to decorate the next day. I store the icing in the piping consistency, and right before I'm ready to decorate, I'll mix down to that flood icing so that I make my consistencies before I decorate. But I do make the icing and all of the colors the day before I decorate. As a busy businesswoman, it just helps me to break up the process, make the process more fun. And I actually have tons of tips on that same topic in the Smart Cookies class as well. So now let's jump into looking at these cookies, and we're gonna take a look at the bunny girl first. And so I'll just bring a finished cookie into the screen and a ready to decorate cookie as well. I had a lot of fun planning this cookie because I really love the icing colors for this project, very springy. And I was inspired actually by some Easter eggs that I found at Michael's. And so I just loved this peach, sort of a pastel red and turquoise. And today's cookies are using those colors. So I'm not a natural color theory person. And so finding inspiration of color palettes that have already been created is something that's really helped with my cookie decorating. So on our bunny girl, we have peach icing. This is the gel. And then this is actually a red. It looks kind of pinkish, but it's a pastel red for the polka dots. Okay, so I'm ready to start outlining this cookie, but Becca asks, I have issues with hand coordination. How do we know what tips are best to use with frosting? And how do you make frosting easy to work with? The frosting I get is so hard to get out sometimes. So Becca, I just mentioned, I'm not sure if you just joined us, but I do have piping practice sheets that I've created. There's one with my Celebrate with Cookies Craftsy class, and there's also one on flowerbox.com as well. Using practice sheets just really help with the coordination with cookie decorating.
How to know what tips are best to use. Oftentimes, if you're following a tutorial or learning from a Craftsy class, the tip number is provided for you. But generally, I use tip number 2 for my outlines and for my details, and occasionally use number 1 for details as well. So it just takes a little bit of practice knowing when to use what, but generally tip number 2 is what I prefer. And if your icing is hard to get out of the bag, you need to thin it down a little bit. You shouldn't be getting hand cramps. You should have a nice soft icing. All right. Oh, one final question, Jay. This question is actually about icing consistency. And on the Craftsy YouTube page, I have a video on there about icing consistencies that really does a little bit more of a deep dive. So if you Google flower box Craftsy icing consistencies, you should be able to find that. Jay asks, when do you start counting? After drawing the line? As you do it? After you are done drawing it? Generally, I'll draw the line and start counting, but I always tell my students we count differently. So somebody might count 1, 2, 3, real deliberate, and somebody else might count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, that 10-second is really just kind of a guardrail. It's not a hard and fast number. And I find typically if my icing is kind of within 5 to 10 seconds, it'll work just fine. So don't get too caught up on when to start counting. It's really just meant to be sort of a simple guide, and it's not an exact science. All right, let's start some decorating. So I already have my finished cookie here that I'll keep in the screen as I work through the project, but I have my white icing and tip number 2. And to keep my hand nice and steady as I'm piping, I'm going to keep my pointer finger on the coupler, and this kind of just balances me out as I am piping the cookie. I like to touch down on the surface of the cookie and drop an icing anchor, and then you'll notice as I'm going up and around curves, I'm actually taking my tip and lifting up and off the surface, letting that icing fall onto the cookie. This keeps that barrier or that outline nice and high and round, and I'm not flattening my outline. If you flatten your outline, you might see a little bit of overflows when you are flooding in your cookie. Okay, so nice tall barrier. It's like a wall and that's gonna hold back that flood. Now my peach, the tip is a little bit dry, so I have this tool. This one's a fancy one. This one's a scribe tool. They don't have to be this fancy. You can use a toothpick to do all of the same stuff this tool will use, but I'm just gonna poke my scribe tool in there to loosen up that icing. And now I am ready to outline the bunny's dress. So I just have, again, tip number 2 on my icing bag, and I'm just gonna work my way around almost a triangle shape for that bunny for the dress. Now when I made a whole batch of these, I worked directly on the cookie sheet. Oh, did you see that? I had a little icing pop, little air bubble in there. Never panic, you can always just scrape off. The icing is super forgiving. Just scrape off a mistake and repipe. But when I'm working on a batch of these, I will work across the tray in an assembly line style. So I'll outline all the heads, then I'll do all the skirts, and then I'll come back and do the arms and the feet. Now the inspiration for this really cute bunny, I had more of a stuffed animal in mind. So when I created this design, I have her toes pointing inward. And this takes just a little bit of freehand here. And so whenever I have to deviate from just following the edge of the cookie, I'll use little guidelines like, I know I want to come in about a ½ inch from the edge, and then bring that toe around about a ½ inch from the bottom. You can also use a food marker
to trace onto your cookie if that helps keep your designs consistent from cookie to cookie. If you have a template, or you can create your own template. But I find decorating goes a lot faster when you're able to just generally freehand and outline those areas. So now my cookie is outlined, and I love when I get to this point because it's almost like a coloring book, and you can now start to flood in this cookie because you see clearly where all the different icing areas are going to be. So let's start with the bunny's face. And the bunny's face has this cute little pink section to it. And I'll show you how to do that little pink accent. So now I have my white icing, and it's in my tipless bag. I just took a small pair of craft scissors and cut off the very tip. I like to keep my openings nice and small. And when I'm flooding in my cookies, the first thing I like to do is bump that icing up against the outline. It just gives me a nice clean finish or edge to the cookie and conceals that outline just a little bit. So now I have started my flood, and I'm just bumping up against that outline to flood in the bunny's face. I am usually pretty generous with my icing. And so notice I'm not leaving a lot of cookies showing. This gives my cookies a nice full look when the cookie is dry and it has a more puffed up look to it. If you see any air bubbles, you can go in with your scribe tool and pop any of your air bubbles. If you need to tap your icing into place, you can always use that scribe tool to just kind of tap around. Okay, so now we have our head flooded in, but I want to create this little pink accent in her ear. This is a wet on wet technique, and what that means is I'm going to use the flood icing. So I have pink icing in this flood bag, and I'm going to add this flood icing while the white is still wet. So that's where this gets its name, wet on wet. So I'm just going to create that teardrop shape with my pink icing, and I'm just going to fill that in. Now, because I'm using a flood icing on top of a flood icing, that pink just melts into the white background. They're the same icing consistencies, and that creates a really nice, cute, flat surface. So that detail is just kind of part of that bunny design. So it's already melted in to the white base. So now we have our bunny's head flooded in, and the next sections that I'm going to flood in is the arms and the legs. And royal icing is really cool because when you flood in neighboring areas, it creates these natural definition lines on the cookies. And so we are going to flood alternating areas on the cookies for two reasons. Number one, we want the arms to be a separate icing section from the dress. So we'll flood those in first and let those dry, and then flood the dress in. And the second reason is we don't want to see our icing colors bleeding together. So if you flood in icing colors that are next to each other, the chances of them flowing and touching each other and bleeding, especially with highly contrasting colors like on our boy bunny, you could see some blurring of the colors at those where those colors meet. So let's flood in these arms. And I'm just wiggling the tip of my bag into that small area. And I'm also going to flood in the little feet area. Now, royal icing, typically I will allow the icing to dry for about an hour. Now these icing areas are pretty small, so they might not need the full hour. You could probably jump in sooner than that, but I'll put my cookies in front of a fan, and that will really help the fan. The air is blowing across the cookies, and that will really speed up the drying. But the royal icing does need time to dry in between these icing areas. So I have a bunny that I flooded this morning, and this is already dry, so we can flood in that little dress area. One of the questions that is in the chat is, Anne asks, how do you get a shiny finish versus a matte finish? Okay, so the shininess to the icing comes also from putting your cookies in front of a fan. And so you can see a noticeable difference. It's not wrong to let your cookies dry on your countertop. I did that that way for years, but when I started using a fan, that quick moving air going over the surface of the icing, it really speeds up the drying. It reduces any cracks in small icing areas, and then it also adds the shine. So there's definitely benefits. I have a floor fan from Walmart, and I just put it in front of my bakery rack, and I just always keep that fan nice and clean and dust free. But that's what I use to dry the icing, and it really speeds things up and adds that shine. So that's a great question. So now let's jump into our dress. And again, this is a new favorite color combination of mine. The dress is the Chef Master Georgia Peach, and the polka dots are actually a pastel of the Chef Master Red. So again, notice the generosity on the icing. I don't leave a ton of cookie showing when I'm flooding in. That just gives me a nice full look to my cookie. If there's any areas like right here where there's a little gap between the edge and where I've flooded in, that's where that scribe tool comes in real handy, and you can just tap that icing where it needs to go. All right, so now let me get, again, this polka dots is another wet on wet technique, and I love wet on wet because it adds something really interesting to the cookie, but typically these techniques are very beginner friendly. So I have my red icing. I didn't bring this to a full red color. I just added a couple dots of red gel to, and by red gel, this is what I added to have a more pastel since we're doing spring cookies. So I'm just gonna start, and I'll add 4 dots down the center. Again, I'm using the flood icing because I want those dots to melt into that peach icing and create a nice flat surface so that we can pipe the details on the little bunny's dress when we're all done. If those dots don't melt flat, then it makes it a little bit more difficult to add the details when the cookie is dry. Now sometimes I'll see that the dot has not completely flattened. In this case, my dots are flattening just fine because I'm working at a good pace. But if you ever see your dots look a little raised, you can always shimmy your cookie like this, and that will settle your icing nice and flat so that you have that flat surface. So with the wet on wet, you might need to settle your cookie just a little bit to get that nice flat surface. Now, again, I would put that cookie in front of the fan and let that icing dry before I come back in to add the details. So the details on the dress are actually nice and simple, just because if you're making a dozen or a couple dozen of these, it's nice to be able to complete your cookie projects in a timely manner. So I'm just going to pipe a line there. I have switched tips to tip number 1. It's just a thinner, a smaller opening. And then I'm going to add that little scallop detail going across. At the hem, I'm going to add that wavy line. Oh, I have a little bit of icing curling there. I'm just going to add that wavy line first. And then I'll add the piped line going across. Again, a good hand squeeze just to get that icing up and off the surface and get that nice round stream of icing falling onto the cookie. So now she has her little details. Now it's time to tackle her face. And I have a couple of fun tools just to add some personality to this cookie. So I have some carnation pink. This is an FDA approved dust that you can use to blush the cheeks on the bunny. And then I have a food marker this is food color, and we can actually draw onto the surface of the cookie to create those nice thin lines on the bunny. So I'm going to add her eyes and nose first. And again, 2 simple little dots. And you can really experiment with faces when you're creating your bunnies. Depending on how wide you space out your eyes, can really create a different look for your bunny. So on my black icing bag, to keep those dots nice and small, I do have tip number 1 on there. So you can see when you size down the tip, it just gives you more control over the flow of that icing. All right. So now I'm ready to blush the cheeks, and I see a couple more questions. Ada asks, will refrigerating help settle flooding in between cookie sections? Ada, I don't recommend that, just because if you put your cookies in the refrigerator, you're going to close off the air inside of there. And so refrigerating is not something that I recommend when you're trying to dry your icing. However, if you're working on an icing project, and I have all my icings just in this old to-go container, nothing fancy there. If I get to a point where I need to stop decorating, but I still have more cookies to decorate, I will put my icing in the refrigerator. That will help prevent the icing from separating. So I do use the refrigerator to store this flood icing so that it doesn't separate, but I don't put the cookies in there. Monique asks, if you are going to use the wet on wet technique, should you be a little stingy on the main color? Yes, yeah. If you add a lot of that base icing and then come back and add even more icing with that second color, you can certainly see some overflow. So definitely be aware of that so that you don't go over that little edge where you've piped your barrier. All right, so those are great questions. If you have more questions, pop those in the chat. I'd be happy to help you. Actually, I see one more I'm going to answer real quick. Are couplers and tips necessary, or can this all be accomplished with tipless bags? There are many ways to decorate cookies, and I do prefer to use tips on my piping icing because I like the consistency and the predictability that the tip offers. So I do use a coupler and tip. Plus, like for today's project, I used a 2 to outline my bunny, and then I wanted to size down to a number 1 to add those fine details. And so when you have a coupler and tip on there, you can really change the opening on your icing bag a lot easier than if you just have a bag of icing. But it is personal preference. Many people do decorate 100% without tips, and that works for them. It's just not my preferred way of decorating. So if you haven't tried going tipless, maybe that's something that could work for you. I always encourage people to try decorating in multiple ways and just see what works best for you. But I've tried a lot of ways, and using tips is certainly my preferred way. So, all right, let's take a look at blushing this really cute bunny cheeks. I have a round Wilton brush, and I always just dot my brush into this carnation pink, and then I dab the brush into the lid. I just have it here flipped upside down. I don't want too much color on the brush as I just work that brush in a circle and get those cheeks nice and rosy. And then I find just a couple of swirls with that brush and that bunny has those rosy cheeks. Now, if you do not have this pink dust and you're just getting started, that's not an investment that you want to make, you could certainly add a dot of color from the pink from the beginning. You could rosy your cheeks using a wet on wet dot as well. So now I have my food marker. I'm just going to add these little dots on the cheeks just to give a little personality. And now we're ready to add the mouth. Now, anytime I'm using a food marker, this is a fine point marker and it could poke through the surface of the icing. So I always recommend allowing at least 2 hours for the icing to dry before using a food marker on the surface. And that, my friends, is our really cute little bunny girl. So let's take a look at the second bunny design. And this design is using the same bunny cookie cutter. So when you're planning your projects at home, I suggest taking your cutters and you can trace them. So here's just a little look at my sketchbook. I'll make little notes about what I'm doing and I'll just trace the cutter. And this really helps with planning icing colors, figuring out what tips I'm going to use. So I love to sketch my cookies. Sometimes I don't have time to color it in, but even a pencil sketch can be just really helpful in having a plan going into the decorating. All right, so let's take a look at how we're going to use this same cutter to do a second design. Now remember, I had that tip number 1 on here. I'm going to just take that off because I'm ready to do some more outlining, and I'm going to slide my tip number 2 back on. If your icing dries in the tip, you can just get your scribe tool or your little toothpick, wiggle that in there, and that will remove any little dry icing from inside. So now again, I'm going to outline the cookie, and since I showed you the outline once before, I'll move just a little bit faster. But again, notice that I am picking that tip up and off the cookie surface just to let that outline fall onto the cookie and stay up and off nice and round. So now let's outline this bunny shirt. This is similar to our dress. I'm going to bring that triangle down again, but I'm going to stop halfway where the shirt will meet the shorts. And I'll add some sleeves as well. Now we're ready for some shorts. And I'll bring that outline down, and instead of going all the way across, I'll add a little triangle halfway to change up the design to have shorts. And now we're ready for some arms and legs. Now again, if I'm making 12 of these bunnies, I'm going to work in an assembly line. So I'll have all the bunnies lined up on the tray, and I'll pipe the head, then I'll do the shirt, then I'll do the shorts, and I'll do that across the tray for all the bunnies so that I'm not picking up and putting down my icing bag as much. It saves a little time when you work in an assembly line process. Okay, so Mary asks, how do you know what area to fill first? Generally, I try to select alternating areas. So this is the next step. So you can see that from the outline, I'm just going to slide this over. I'm not flooding any neighboring areas. And then when I think through the design, flooding alternating areas, I also think about what's in the foreground and what is in the background. So really the clothes on the bunny would be on top of the bunny's arms or legs. So if I'm deciding what order to flood in those different areas, I'm going to choose what's in the background first, which is going to be the arms and legs, and then the clothes are technically in the foreground, and I will flood those last. That way, if icing creeps up over the seam, it's on top and it just looks like it's in the right order there. So that's how I decide how to flood an area first. And sometimes I'll even make a note on my sketch, and I'll just put 1 where I'm flooding first, 2, and then 3, so I can see and think that through a little bit before jumping onto into the flooding. All right, so again, I'm going to flood in the bunny's head, and I'm going to add those wet on wet ears using the pink icing. So a nice good flood on the bunny. Now it is important that icing consistencies match when you do your wet on wet. If the icing is too thin, you'll notice that it will sink into that base icing and almost look like a little bit of a valley. It won't be nice and flat. If your icing that you're adding is a little bit thicker, if these icings don't match, it might not melt down into that surface. It might stay more raised up on that cookie. So I do try to stick to that 10-second icing that I demonstrated in the beginning, just to know that wet on wet icings will match. All right, so now we can flood in our arms and legs. Now sometimes these little icing areas on cookies with royal icing, they can crack or have a little crater or look like it has a little bit of a depression. So let me show you one tip on something that you can do. It's a little bit of an extra step, but it really prevents those cracks and craters from happening. So I will just add, I'm using my piping icing here, and I will just add a piped line, and that will keep the flood icing raised up and not crack once it's dry. Now the fan will also help that as well. But if you're ever decorating cookies and you notice little cracks in your small icing areas, try to prevent those by adding that little piped line. That'll just keep those areas looking nice and puffed up. And I just flood right over that little piped line. So it's just kind of adding a little bit of structure and stability under that flood icing. All right, so now we will let those sections dry. Again, I like to let mine dry in front of a fan, but there are lots of ways to dry cookies, and using a food dehydrator is also a popular way. I personally like the fan because it's super affordable and easy, but if you're interested in extra shine, that food dehydrator could be a great option for you. All right, so now we're going to again flood in those alternating areas, and back to Mary's question, I'm gonna flood that t-shirt last. And so I'm gonna do just the sleeves to start, and I'll do the shorts. And just flood those in right over that little pipeline. Again, that little pipeline will help reduce cracks and craters in small icing areas. And now I'm ready for my purple shorts. All right, so now we're going to just flood in that whole area. I see Mary asks, your outline never shows after you flood. I always have issues with that. Mary, sometimes my outline does show, so you know, it's okay. It's a cookie and we're going to be eating these, but one of the ways to really help kind of conceal that outline is I'm actually bumping that icing up and over that outline. And if your icing is that 10-second consistency, it's not going to be so thin that it's going to flow up and over the outline. It'll kind of stand on its own on the edge of the outline, if that makes sense. That you can kind of see it's really up and over. It's kind of like a glass of water that has like that bubble or that dome. If you fill it too high, it's like that cohesion property where you know, it's just sticking to each other and it's not going to overflow unless you add too much. So just bumping that icing up against those outlines, Mary, will really help to, or not Mary, oh yeah, it was Mary, I'm sorry. Yeah, will help conceal those outlines. All right, so now, again, this one has an extra dry because of the sleeves, so we're just going to, and those little sleeves are such a small icing area, really 15 minutes in front of a fan, and you are ready to flood in the rest of that t-shirt, and that just adds some nice dimension, really gives the bunny those sleeves and makes it look like it's a distinct icing area. So this is our last flood on the bunny. Becca asks, what if you make the icing too runny by accident? How would you fix that? So Becca, I have done that, you know, so many times. And actually in my first Craftsy class, Celebrate with Cookies, I do actually on camera make that icing just a little bit too thin. And the way that you fix it is you actually add more powdered sugar to that bowl of icing and just thicken it up a little bit. So you can start with a tablespoon of powdered sugar. It's going to depend a little bit on how much icing is in your bowl, but definitely add more sugar. It's more important to get the right icing consistency than it is to stick to the recipe exactly. So I find that I'm always making little tweaks with adding water or adding sugar to try to get to that right icing consistency. And I never have problems with the recipe. It's definitely more of a guide. It's kind of flexible, and you can make those tweaks to get to that right icing consistency. So that's a great question. Yeah, how can you fix those mistakes? We all make them. All right, so now I have a dry bunny, and we're gonna do our final details on this guy. So I'm going to bring my carnation pink back in. And again, I'm using a round brush from Wilton. And I just dabble that brush into some of that dust. This doesn't take much to make those rosy cheeks. And so I'm just gonna add the rosy cheeks on there. And that looks nice and bright and cute. Now we're ready for some eyes and a nose. And I have that #1 tip just to keep these eyes nice and small. And then on this bunny, just to give the bunnies a different look, I actually have some little whiskers. So I'm gonna actually add the mouth first. Just make a little J shape and then add the second hook there. And then when I add the whiskers, I'm just gonna add one thin line in the middle and then 2 shorter lines. As well. Okay, so those are the cute little whiskers. And again, remember, you want to allow this icing to dry for about 2 hours before you would use a marker on the surface of the icing. You don't want to poke the tip of the marker through that icing. It will create a little hole, which will be such a bummer after you just worked so hard on your cookies. So now this guy is almost done, but he has a cute little bow tie. So let me just find my white icing. And I'm just gonna add 2 teardrops of icing for each side of the bow tie. So there's one side of the bow tie. A second teardrop and a dot in the middle. And then add 2 little buttons onto the shorts. Now you can certainly add more details to your bunnies and really have lots of fun with them and get creative. When I was working on my bunny samples, I actually made a ton of pastel icing colors and really had fun just mixing up those color combinations to create lots of different cute and fun little bunnies. All right, so thank you so much for joining me with today's demo. A couple of you have asked about the bunny cookie cutter, and that bunny cookie cutter was super popular this week. It surprised us a little bit, and so we hope that that's going to be restocked in the next week or 2. So if you are interested in trying these exact bunny cookies and you really want that bunny cookie cutter, there is a pink button on the cutter page, on the cutter web page, and you can ask to get an email to be notified when that is back in stock. So that is for this exact cookie cutter. But what I showed you today is definitely something that you can use to decorate a bunny cookie cutter that you might have at home, especially that face. I know we carry a bunch of bunny face cookie cutters, and so just using those blush cheeks and those whiskers, you can create really cute bunny cookies that way as well. If you are on that webpage where you find this this cookie cutter, there is a link in the product description, and there is a cookie decorating guide there for you. So if you enjoyed today's demo, you can print that guide. It has details on how much icing to make the cookies that we made today, and it also has step-by-step photos to show the order in which you decorate the cookies. I would encourage you to definitely tag Craftsy and tag at the Flower Box Shop if you recreate these cookies. We would love to see what you make. And if you're looking to learn more about cookie decorating and learn more about royal icing, you can check out craftsy.com and watch any one of my 3 classes. I certainly hope you enjoy them. So that is all for today. Just want to say special thanks to Craftsy for inviting me to demo such a fun cookie design, and I hope to see you guys again soon. Happy decorating. Bye, guys.
And with that, we wrap up our Royal Icing Masterclass. Thank you for joining us on this delightful journey through holiday cookie decorating. Don't forget, you can catch up on any missed classes or revisit your favorite segments by watching this event on demand. If you haven't already, be sure to download our free guide featuring all of the cookie designs showcased today. Keep spreading joy through sweet treats, and until next time, happy decorating.